Bienvenidos y bienvenida a Puentes para la Misión.
Welcome to Bridges for Mission.
Bienvenue au Pont pour la Mission.
Well, hello everyone, listeners from Nepal, Siberia, Zimbabwe. We are so delighted you joined us this afternoon, this morning, this evening. We have a really special guest to short-term mission at International Ministries. Tori Ruark is with us, and I will let him introduce himself in a little bit, but the voice that you're hearing is Reverend Sandra Dorsenville, one of the co-creator, engineer, I forget what's our term lately. Minister Nicole, please help me.
It's something co-creator, co-producer. We create these things. We make these things. We give them to you guys, the listeners. So whatever you want to call us.
Yes.
We're here.
And we're so delighted because you have followed us since September. And this will be a year. And we are over 1,400 subscribers, downloads. So thank you. We would love to hear from you, actually. So you can reach us. You can find us at www.internationalministries.org or volunteers@internationalministries.org, and let us know how we're coming across and if there are topics that you would like for us to unpack some more. So this is your episode as well, your podcast. So we're delighted to have you on board. So Minister Nicole, a special guest for us. Are we ready? We're ready. I think we are.
I think so.
Welcome, Tori. Why don't you introduce yourself, your role at SOE? What does SOE stand for? And just say hello to our listeners. We're delighted to have you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, and hello to all the listeners from all over. And thank you, Reverend Sandra and Nicole, for having me on. So SOE stands for Standards of Excellence in Short-Term Mission. We just took the S from standards, the O from of, and excellence, E from excellence to make SOE. So we are really all about, I think the shortest, best way to say it is making mission trips better. So, short-term mission trips aren't new, of course, but, in the late 90s, early 2000s, leaders came together and said, the North American paradigm of evaluating things based on the results just doesn't work for short-term missions. It doesn't work in God's kingdom. And so they came up with these 7 standards that are really process-oriented and said, if we can't judge a trip by the end product, then we just need to look at the way we do it. And the way we do it has to honor God. It has to honor our hosts and has to honor the people we're ministering to. And so they came up with these 7 standards, and I'll say them fast and people won't remember them, but that's okay. But it's God-centeredness, empowering partnerships, mutual design, comprehensive administration, qualified leadership, appropriate training, and thorough follow-through. So my job as Chief Operations Officer is to work with all of our members and try to get more members, try to get more people adopting these 7 standards. Not teaching them a new way of doing missions, but saying in the way that you do your short-term missions, just make sure that these 7 elements are part of what you're doing. And I think if you're doing that, then you can really trust God with your efforts and say we're being good stewards of our ministry. So we have right now about 170 members who have committed, saying we're committed to making these 7 elements, these 7 standards, part of our mission trips. And of course, you know them by heart too. International Ministries is actually one of our special members. They're an accredited member, meaning that our accredited members have actually gone through a peer review to demonstrate how they interact, how they apply those standards to their ministry. And it's a special thing, not because it's just a badge of honor, but because we really view these accredited members as the guides in our community. And so it's a neat thing. So membership, it's a lot more than just saying, hey, this is what we're committed to, this is what we're about, but it's joining a community of people. And this podcast is an example of how the community works.
Wonderful. And it truly is a beautiful community, and we support one another and all that. And I'm sure some folks might be wondering, members, are they only coming from sending agencies, or can a church become a member?
Yeah, absolutely. A church can become a member. It can be church. We've got churches, we've got schools, we've got organizations. The really neat thing is actually the leaders who came together and founded SOE said, really, our heart's desire is to impact the church. There's a role for parachurch organizations, but our desire is to see that the church equipped for missions. And traditionally, we've had more members that are organizations rather than churches. That's not a surprise. But I looked at this the other day, Sandra. It was something like in the last, I think, 3 years, the number of churches who are members has doubled. So our desire is to see a lot more churches become members, because it's not something that you have to fix yourself before you can become a member. You don't have to become excellent to be a member. We want being a member to be that pathway to better mission trips. So, so we're seeing a lot more churches, and, if, your listeners are from a church and say, hey, we as churches are mobilizing teams, we want to learn more about this. We'd love to engage with you.
Yeah, wonderful. I love the phrase that you use, the pathway to becoming excellent, and honoring God, because it is, oftentimes people feel like they want to serve, they feel the desire to go on a mission trip, and just, it's about hopping on a plane and that's it. But what SOE really, in the membership, and what we strive for is all that equipping and preparation and going deeper as we are. And as volunteers, and as we support volunteers, to be ambassadors of God, God's ambassadors in the hands and feet of Christ, better than they were without the training and without the equipping. So that excellence that, Jesus wants from all of us, really. Yeah. So wonderful, wonderful. Well, Minister Nicole, I'm passing you the mic.
And I will happily take it. So I've only been at this point with STM for 15 months. And I've gone through an SOE training, and it was really great. It really helps me understand what IAM does in preparation with their volunteers, and like what they stand for, because they really do go hand in hand with what SOE is and what IAM is for volunteers. So what I'm curious about is, because SOE is such an advocate for short-term mission, how have you seen changes take place over this last year, or like what kind of changes have you seen happen?
Yeah, so I'll broaden it out more than just over the last year. Like big picture, I think what we've seen is that short-term missions started. Of course, it didn't start in the last 50 years, but I think kind of the phenomenon or short-term missions in the way we know it probably started in the last 50 years. And it really was pioneers. It was, I don't want to say the outcasts, but it was people on the fringe, and they were doing fringe things, as far as the view towards it. It was pioneering. It was new. It was crazy. It was unusual. However, what we've seen, of course, in the last 50 years, it's to go from pioneering to popular, to almost, let's say, a rite of passage, to it's a given that you're going to go on a short-term mission. And a given perhaps that you should have the opportunity to go. I hesitate to say that's necessarily a bad thing, but I think the way maybe it became a bad thing is then I think what happened is it became a bit self-centered, right? So then it's my right to go, everybody should go. We're not anymore thinking necessarily about who's going to help the host or who's really inappropriate. Maybe we were thinking, what good could this trip do for the person, sometimes at the harm of the host or the people you're ministering to. So we went from pioneer to popular. And then I think what kind of started to happen with some books that were written and things was, I think we maybe swung around and said, hey, nothing good can come from short-term missions except that we expose people. It's a learning experience. And we, maybe my fear is we've lost in some circles or in the pendulum, maybe we risk losing the mission part of it, but God really can do things to accomplish the Great Commission through short-term missions, more than just how he can change me as a goer. And then of course, you've got COVID in the last year, which has really kind of turned everything upside down, made us sometimes in a good way. And you guys know this. Actually, Sandra just submitted an article about COVID has led to a lot of really good dependence on God by organizations, churches, missionaries. And I think God has moved in that way to say, either to redirect how we're doing things or bring new people in or find new ways of supporting our hosts. And so that's, kind of the big picture, I think, in view of how I've seen the field of short-term missions. Certainly I wasn't around 50 years ago. Of course, people listening can't see me. I'm not that old, but that's how I have seen the world of short-term missions.
Yeah, and it's so interesting that you say that, because I can see, how that is a mentality with how the pendulum has swung over the years. But for myself, I've come on in kind of like this almost a new era for short-term mission, with like you said, having to be more innovative and reaching out to global servants and volunteers differently because of COVID. So I find it very interesting when people talk about pre-COVID short-term mission versus what it is now, because I've only known, in a sense, the COVID short-term mission and how that, works and how that operates and how you reach out to people. And so there's part of me that's like, that I feel very blessed to, the COVID part, because it is much more, I feel as you speak, that it is much more innovative in what we're doing. But then I'm also like, well, I kind of would like to know like more of like how it used to be. And then like, the transition, but it is interesting how things, especially COVID, how it's impacted so much. So through these trainings and growth, and just the change in the atmosphere that's come about, have you seen or how would you describe how agencies or churches are impacted by the SOE training? Like, do you see a difference with them afterwards?
Yeah, definitely. And I'll just again, I'll use you guys, International Ministries, as an example. So here's the thing. A lot of times when I interact with people who have never been through one of those workshops you talked about, one of those standards introductory workshops, they don't know anything about the standards. A lot of times they're coming to me and saying, hey, my pastor told me I need to plan a trip. Or they're coming to me and saying, everybody down the street's doing it. Or my buddies who are pastors, it really made a big difference. I think I know a guy that I went to college with who's a missionary, and the number one thing that I've seen about our members, and you saw it, I saw it in Sandra's article that she wrote about the process you guys went through with COVID. God-centeredness is the number one standard, and I like to think anyway, our members have that as a foundation in a way that others maybe don't. And they might, of course, there are a lot of people doing things this way who have maybe never heard of the standards, but God is at the center of it. And so when something comes up, we go to God first for where is his calling and how is he guiding us. And so, not everything is directly related maybe to a short-term mission, and that's okay, because actually the second standard is empowering partnerships, and partnerships are way bigger than the trip you send. So, Sandra and I talked about this way at the beginning of COVID about the amazing ways that they were connecting with hosts, not to accomplish necessarily their ministry goals, but just to meet a need that that host had, that missionary had in the midst of their isolation. That we could come together virtually in new ways, and we could use partnerships in new ways. So that's another way. And then I think, again, to use you guys as an example, what I've seen international ministries do with the virtual mission trips is innovative, because you didn't step away from what you normally do. You didn't step out, but for example, outside of the standards. I mean, the fullness of the virtual mission trips that international ministries is doing, because they involve training. Well, because even go back for that, it involves screening and training and the ministry aspect and the follow through aspect, and there's excellence involved. So obviously you guys aren't the only ones, but that's a good example of how we've seen that training impact people. A couple things that we've done too. We've had to be practitioners of this a little bit when things come up, and initially when it came about, should we travel or not? Maybe before the government took away the ability to travel at all, or even as things started to open up, we realized, well, we should be looking through the standards, through the lens of the standards. What do our hosts say? It's not just about whether we think it's safe or not, but what do our hosts say, and what does this mean for partnerships? What does it mean for other people? And so even as we consider, do we let vaccinated and non-vaccinated people travel? Again, if we look at this through the lens of the standards, what would that tell us? How do we interact with our partners? How do we handle risk? How do we comprehensively prepare for whatever? We can't prepare for everything, but how do we travel responsibly and prepare for the things we can prepare for? So we've seen a lot of that. It's just being able to take those standards and apply them to the situation we're in. It really makes a big difference.
And it's, if I may jump in here, it really has stretched our mindset to think and almost to meet where God's thinking might be. I mean, not that we can never be, but really for us to be uncomfortable and still pursuing excellence, and to really be more thinking of the host, whether we are a hindrance to hosts as they are going through this pandemic or through natural disaster and all. There is a consciousness raising that I've seen with our, other short-term mission agencies and churches to even ask that question, which I feel is really, really important, that maybe pre-COVID or pre-disasters might not necessarily be thought of. So, and that's something that I feel SOE really, through the trainings and the different webinars that you have and that you facilitate, constantly have us thinking. So I would encourage churches out there, or even other sending agencies, whether you've been in the field for 10 years, 4 years, or 30 years, and you have not heard of SOE or are not accredited, to really think about it. God wants the best of us, and wants us to serve and to honor kingdom building better than we thought we can do it. And SOE is really a platform for you all to be thinking about.
Well, thanks for those kind words, Sandra. And it really is, like you said, even if you've been doing this 30 years and you're doing great, I think what we really hope to see is us to kind of pool our collective credibility and start a movement, to really, because we know there are, I think literally there are hundreds of thousands of churches, organizations, and schools who are sending mission trips. Of course, we have 170 members. There could be a lot others who are implementing some of these standards or all of them that we don't know about. But our desire would be to have this movement where, maybe not hundreds of thousands, but thousands and tens of thousands would, be taking to heart this honoring God through their short-term mission trips, so that they're honoring their host and honoring the people they're serving.
Yeah. And I just think why not? Let's cast, 170. Why not 1,000? To do short-term mission better, and what a great movement that is, because we know a lot of people do not believe, do not support, and say that it's better to just send the money and not the people. But we know Jesus is in that transformation and incarnation of kingdom building. So
and I don't want to get too far off base. You can always cut this, and certainly we have to be wise about when do we send money and when do we send people. But I think one of my biggest frustrations is often when people come and say, well, I guess, okay, two things. Just because we haven't done it perfectly doesn't mean we throw it out. We haven't done long-term missions perfectly, and nobody says throw it out. So just because we haven't done it perfectly doesn't mean we throw it out. The second thing is the idea of, well, isn't it more valuable just to send the money than the people? I think it betrays what maybe our highest value is, and that's money. And I think it also does this. It suggests that somehow God isn't capable of bringing the funds to that ministry. I mean, if like Psalm says, God owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. To assume that we have to choose between money and people and this and that is to say that there's a finite amount of resources that God can get there. So that's my pushback. And then, the idea too that money is somehow better than people is, I think that kind of betrays sometimes our highest value. So
I'm there with you, Tori. I push back too. So we're both pushing back because I really it's also limiting God. For me, I bring it to Jesus sending the disciples. He sent the disciples. He didn't just send money. He sent the disciples. And also saying where you go with my peace, the peace I give. If you do not find the peace, then shake that dust off your shoes. But we both need, so I'm there with you. Let's push that short-term mission movement and continue to create excellence. Absolutely. And with that, I would say the question I have for you is then, are there some trends that you are seeing? Because I know you are involved in some special research and all that, but are there some new trends that we should be paying attention to or that you'd like to lift up?
Yeah, so definitely I would say what we're seeing, and I think part of it is because communication has gotten so much easier. In a sense, the world's gotten smaller. I think there's a big trend towards trying to elevate the voice of the global church. So, that's why we call it empowering partnerships. For so long, the partnerships that we've had maybe are more like sponsorships, that the nature of the inequality in material resources between partners traditionally, part of it is in just cultural style and cross-cultural communication. It naturally sets up, I think, a power imbalance on the side of the traditionally the sender, the North American goer. So what I think is a great trend we're seeing is a desire to submit, to serve the host and to serve the national church and what the national church is doing, to not come in and be a savior complex or not come in and bring the gospel or not come in and bring a ministry, but to serve and support. So we're seeing a trend with that, to hear the voice of the global church. But that's not an easy thing, like we said, because of the intercultural stuff. So that's what we're really working on is how can we, through training, through bringing together, help create more of those empowered partnerships where it is really led by the host, with the purpose of accomplishing those, the ministry goals of the host. So that's a big trend we're seeing. And, we've gotten some great, especially as we've moved more trainings online and people are getting more comfortable online, we've been able to draw in more of those international voices. And a lot of those are saying, help us understand the American culture. Help us, we're hosting these people, help us understand them. Tell me how they tick. And and even to the extent of, help me understand their pattern of involvement. Why don't we see the same people coming back? Or why do we see a church after 5 years of partnership with us then disappear, and changes in leadership, and how does that affect things? So we're getting lots of great questions, lots of great learning, and we call it around here eyes for others. It's that just, not just looking to my own interests, but looking to those of others, and wanting to learn about others and serve one another. So that's been really exciting.
That's exciting. I think through that, what I'm also hearing, the desire to learn about others, ask those questions, be willing to listen. There's definitely that emphasis on social justice awareness that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that your trainings that you're going to be offering in 2022 might have a more of that slant, and hearing perhaps more from the host, the international host?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are making an intentional effort to broaden out the voices that you hear on podcasts, that you hear in webinars, that you hear at conferences. And some of that is just the acceptance of technology, but part of that is people, new members or current members, who are bringing in the voice of their host, helping us meet their hosts, and bringing those things together. But I think this is the beauty of short-term missions is, when we remove somebody from their culture, I think something unique happens, or it happens that often can't happen inside of your own culture, is that it shines a light on how we are shaped by our own culture. That when, what's another analogy? If you take the frog out of the pot, all of a sudden he's aware of that temperature change, So I think one of those things, we're talking about, one of the good trends has been a desire to learn about others. And that's, I think, inherently built into short-term missions. And it's kind of an inherent outcome, hopefully anyway, of participation. And I know for me, as I've gotten to make new professional connections as well as friendships with organizations like International Ministries or the National African American Mission Council, I've learned to see, how I'm shaped by my own culture, or even how I'm shaped by my own identity, or how I view my identity. And as I grow in my understanding of my identity in Christ, then I let go of some of the other ways that I would identify myself. And that's not to say that we should all be a colorblind world and pretend like we're all the same, because we're not. We're all different. But I think one of the things that short-term missions lends itself to is understanding my identity in Christ outside of my culture. And I think for me personally, I don't know if this happens to other people, but I think for me personally is it allows me rather than my deepest identity being that of a white male, who, and I don't know if I'm going to get too controversial here, but rather than my deepest identity being that of a white male, which then causes me, when we talk about social justice, to become defensive because I identify myself as you think I'm the perpetrator, and I may or may not be, probably more subconsciously than consciously. Rather than me becoming defensive and shutting down any kind of learning, I can, at my deepest identity, say, I'm a follower of Jesus. And if I'm a follower of Jesus, this is what I value. And like I said, it's not that we're colorblind. It's not that we pretend we're all the same. And then I can say, I'm a white male. It is what I am. I can't change that. It's not a bad thing. It is what I am. I don't have to be defensive. I can be a white male and say, I'm going to join the solution. I'm going to be part of what I value most as a follower of Christ. Of course, that's the gospel first. That's the imago Dei of each person being made in the image of Christ. So I think that is one of the beauties of short-term missions. I think that's, we think of social justice as a whole, it really is going to start with individuals, right? And filter up, because you can't legislate the heart of people. But if we can, again, start a ripple through people's hearts, then we will see that bubble up. I think we'll see, justice on a societal level.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for your words and the authenticity. And through your words, I really hear and feel like the connections that can be made internationally, but also nationally with that. What is our identity in Christ? And if we understand and are formed, then we can be transformed. But if we don't know who we are and whose we are, then that imago Dei is blurry. But we need to first, truly understand that identity in Christ, as we call ourselves, servants of Christ and followers of Christ. For those of us who are Christian, faith believers, faith leaders. We, the desire that SOE and others have to engage into those conversations and to be better as we do kingdom building in uncomfortable situations, then people can see Christ in us. And I love that, other cultures and are also asking those questions like, what do we desire? What do we desire to learn? How can we come to the table? How can we see that table, that round table that Jesus is a part of, and serve and be better? So I know, listeners, we could go on and on for and continue to unpack this conversation, but I want to turn it over to Minister Nicole to close us and maybe last words. But thank you again. This has been such a rich conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not quite sure how to follow up on that, because all I have that all keeps coming to my mind is just amen. With changes and acknowledgments and just, really examining who you are in Christ and what does that mean to you and the impact you have on the ministries around you. So all I have to wrap that up is amen. And thank you for listening. I think they said it beautifully. So like Reverend Saunders said, thank you for joining us. And we look forward to hearing from you next time. And thank you so much, Tori, for coming in and talking with us today. So
yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for having me on.
We thank you for listening to Bridges for Mission. You can find more information about the Short-Term Mission Office at internationalministries.org.
Also, don't forget to get a hold of the new Leaders Guide entitled Short-Term Mission Team Essentials Together on the Journey. You can find this on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, BookBaby, and that we are so glad that you joined us today. So thank you for all the subscribers and from listening from all continents. Thank you and have a good one.
Bienvenidos y bienvenida a Puentes para la Misión.
Nuanga pa Galamania.
Welcome to Bridges for Mission.
Bienvenue au Pont pour la Mission.
Well, hello, everyone from everywhere. We are here, Bridges for Mission, And we have wonderful guests with us today, Dr. Anita and Dr. Rick Gutierrez, and you'll hear more about them as they introduce themselves. But first, acknowledgement that we are so thankful to all of you listeners catching us, following us from Nepal, Zimbabwe, Kenya, Denmark, Thailand, wherever you are. We are really grateful for your following. Do try to let us know what you'd like to hear more of, and maybe even have some guests back. So you can reach us at volunteers@internationalministries.org. So today we have the Gutierrez with us. How lovely to have you with us.
Thank you. Good morning, Nicole, Sandra, and all our listeners out there.
Good morning.
And yes, wonderful, wonderful. So let's just dive in. Tell us more about your ministry in South Africa. So yes, listeners, they are based in South Africa, but we will let them introduce themselves and tell us about your ministry, what took you to South Africa. Just, let's say hello.
Okay. Well, hello. We have served in South Africa since 2002. Rick and I are family physicians, and we were in private practice, and we heard God calling us at the mission conference at Green Lake, Wisconsin. And so we went to South Africa, and we were partnered with Baptists in Durban. And so that's where we've been based. And there we have been partnering with churches that have been addressing health problems in their communities. And in South Africa, they have a lot of chronic diseases like we're so familiar with in the United States. And they also have high levels of HIV. I think 20% of the general population in South Africa has HIV, and it's even higher in KwaZulu-Natal. In communities, it can be that we're working in, especially poor ones around urban areas, it can be as high as 30%. So it's a real issue there. So we've been training communities to address problems such as high blood pressure, diabetes, and of course, HIV and obesity. Obesity is also very prevalent. The obesity among women is what it is in the United States. So, and we do this in a holistic way, addressing mind, body, spirit. And in the last year, we've done more with COVID because there's been lockdowns. And of course, that's been what people have needed. So that really is our general ministry in South Africa. And also what we're going to talk about a lot today is the chickens and the gardening.
So with this poultry ministry, what was the initial spark that got you started?
Well, it was probably, I would say 15 years ago, and we were doing our health training, and we wanted to engage local communities, and we were out in rural Zululand, and there were a pair of twins that were in the Health Builder program. And so we really talked to them and also other health builders about how to meet the needs of the community and how to engage people in these community meetings where people could learn about their health, and these meetings that were dealing with the needs of the whole person, mind, body, spirit. And so we talked about gardening, because we brainstormed a lot of things of what would be maybe even because we knew that besides health, income was a huge concern. That's something that they would voice at the times of prayer. And so we talked about seeds and they thought that was a good idea. And then we just mentioned chickens and they were like, oh yeah, chickens would be easy. It would be easy to do the chickens as an income generating project, because with all the other ideas, it was like, well, this won't work, or I've seen that not work. So that's really what kicked it off, was that moment where these women were telling us, yes, this is a good one. And so that's when we started with our project. And in fact, what we did then, we just went out and we just bought chickens from the local people. That was our little teeny start. And they're probably wondering, and the chickens were really scrawny, and because often they're not very well cared for, they're just left to run, and the babies have like a 90% mortality rate because they don't brood them, and they let the mother hen brood them, and often she can't protect them because she doesn't have a house, she doesn't have any place to stay. And so anyway, that was the beginning of the chicken ministry.
And good morning. This is Rick Gutierrez, and thank you, dear, for your opening. So what has led us into gardening and poultry? We started working with people at the very beginning on health and training people to do health work. And that's what we did from the start of our mission. We equipped and trained people to do practical health work, screening for common diseases, and equipping them to work in rural and urban areas. And this was pretty pioneering at the time, but eventually it became more widespread and acceptable in the country. And so we had a good role in that. Most of the people we worked with are very poor, people who might have a job temporarily for a month or two and then be unemployed for 6 months. The unemployment rate in South Africa currently is 32.6%. That's the formal number for unemployment. But I would say it's higher among young people. It's over 50%. And mostly we're working with young people, say in their 20s and 30s on average. So we wanted to find ways of helping the people who we were working with to improve their practical lives. And what we found was that the older generation, say people over 60 who are still living, knew a lot about gardening, but the younger people didn't really know about gardening. And also the younger people weren't really often involved with poultry, but we realized that both gardening and poultry were a beginning step as far as being able to have a successful small farm or to create a small business in which you might be able to generate an income of, say, $200 a month, which would be equivalent to an entry-level job that you would work full-time. However, it wouldn't take as much time, of course, to do your gardening and chicken operation. So talking a little bit more about the gardening first, we started with vegetable gardening, and there's a program you may have heard of in Africa called Farming God's Way. And it's a very good program. And it shows people how to garden practically where they live, how to plant 3 different crops with the different seasons of the year, how to improve the soils, how to use compost, how to mulch properly. And these things save water. And eventually by improving the soils, you can grow a lot better vegetables. So we started training people with that. But even further back, we got started with chickens and quail. And the kind of chickens that most people raise in South Africa are the standard, what's called a broiler chicken. You might be aware of these chickens. From when they hatch to when they are harvested is 7 weeks or 42 days. Or that, I guess 7 weeks would be 49 days, 6 to 7 weeks, 42 to 49 days. These birds are grown for meat, and they're actually kind of sickly birds. And we just knew that we didn't want to get into broilers, which were kind of the dominant bird, but rather we wanted to get into the niche bird of a layer chicken. And if you know anything about chickens, there's the broiler chicken, which is grown for meat, which gets large, it grows fast, it requires a lot of feed, it's sickly, a lot of them die as chicks, and at the end of 6 or 7 weeks, unless you have a very good market and you can unload those birds almost immediately, there's a great chance for you to lose money, either through birds getting sick and dying, or you feel like you have to sell low because you've got a bunch of birds and you have to push them and you don't want to buy more feed. So there's a lot of risks with the broiler strategy. Plus the market is huge, so you're competing with a lot of people. We settled upon a kind of chicken called Poch koekoek, and koekoek means striped, I think, in Dutch, and Poch is the name of a city in South Africa. This was a bird, if you're familiar with chickens, it looks a lot like the Plymouth barred rock. It's a pretty striped bird. It's the males are gray and white striped, and the females are black and white striped. And they're just beautiful birds. They have yellow legs. They're friendly. They act like pets. They're just the greatest bird. And Poch koekoeks do really well. They don't die very easily. They hatch well. The hens are able to raise their chicks well. Just to explain the system that we use, we start by incubating, say, 300 eggs at a time, 300 quail eggs or 300 chicken eggs. They hatch, the quail hatches at 16 days, chickens hatch at 21 days. Then we brood those chickens or quail for anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks in our own operation, growing them up so that they'll be big enough to live out at people's houses. Then we distribute these birds to our partners that we're working with. And this is a partnership because the men and women that we're working with are helping us train other people in our mission or providing services in kind to help us with our training operations. And so we are helping them with a livelihood by getting them set up with chickens. We build domes, geodesic domes, sort of like the playground structure, if you can picture those things. And we put covers on them. And those are good housing for chickens and quail. We provide feed, and we usually give anywhere between 20 and 40 birds at a time to each person that we equip. Half of those will be males, half will be females. The goal is to have a flock of, say, a dozen to 20 hens, and then you cull down the roosters till you have about 4 or 5 roosters. And with those birds, if people are successful to get egg laying, which usually takes about 5 months for a layer chicken, but only takes 6 weeks for a quail, if they're successful with getting their birds healthy enough and they can lay eggs, the next thing we do is we provide them with incubators that we build so that they will be able to incubate their own eggs, which they collect from their hens, which are hatching. So now they have the means to collect eggs, to incubate eggs, and now they can create a cycle where they hatch, incubate, brood, grow chicks, and they can grow out birds to any age for sale. And they can start marketing these birds, and they're highly desirable. We get crowds of people that are interested in buying these birds, and we only will equip people. We limit location-wise, we don't want 5 people on top of each other with birds. So we spread out the people we work with so they won't be competing too much with each other. And with each step along the way, as a person succeeds with part of their operation, we equip them more. And I would say about half of people that we train can succeed. The other half, for whatever reason, are not long-term successful, meaning 6 months, a year, 2 years. I consider success if you go 2 years and you're still doing birds and you're selling and you have a market and you're able to buy your own feed and your birds are healthy, then you're a success. About half the people are successful. And we hope to improve those numbers over time.
That's quite the operation, which is really remarkable from that little spark that Anita shared with us to you, Rick, really describing the whole process. And, you know, success, the piece that for me that came to mind is really casting the net wide and wider than you had thought. So can you tell us share with the listeners, how do you find that the ministry and the outreach has changed through that economic slant that you're really as we listen to you and all, we really feel like it's feeding the villages and the residents around, but better. So attending to the health issues that you had mentioned, that we started and being concerned with all the health disparities, but now that economic slant with it, with the chicken and the quail. So have you noticed a difference in the ministry outreach?
Dear, I would like you to start with this one, and then I'll add on.
Many of the people that we work with are very poor. They don't have a lot of time to volunteer. Their lives, they're on the edge. They're really on the edge of survival. So we found that helping the people that are getting involved, and we progressively give them more things to build their own business, then we find they're able to minister to the community. They have something that they can give. And so, and it's, if we would give them money, and especially for the women, a lot of times the family will find some need for that money, and it might not be investing it into a business. It might be that she has a partner that is taking the money and going and drinking. Sometimes that happens. So by this, we are investing, and it's exciting to see for us. One of the most exciting things is when we see someone that, they've gone through the program and we haven't seen them for a few years, maybe, we've been in another area, and we come back. And when we can see that, they're, they've got the little chicks and sometimes, we just drop by, and then to see that they've got the chicks in the bin with nicely covered and warm and that the business is going and growing, that's exciting. And to hear the way they're ministering to their community. So I think it's just really important that we are addressing those needs. And like I said, the most exciting thing is when we see those businesses carrying on.
I would like to add to this, thank you, dear, that by working with birds, everybody loves birds, just like everyone loves a sunset. Birds bring pleasure to people, and they knock barriers down. When you're moving birds around, everyone's interested in them, and it gives us a different perspective in the eyes of people. They see us as providing more than just health services. And I think it gives us a lot of goodwill with different communities. And that's one of the biggest nice things about birds. It also makes people less suspicious of a foreign person living and working in their country when they're doing different kinds of things, that we don't have a big agenda, that we're there to benefit them. And we show it over time. We're also able to provide gifts of birds to people sometimes, or provide quail to a feast, or something special where it's a nice cultural exchange of birds. Economically, also, we have, again, provided somebody with an entry-level kind of salary, and they don't have to leave home. They don't have to pay to get to their workplace. So it really does help people, but the people have to have the wherewithal to buy food, to market birds. They have to have good judgment and decision-making, and they have to have discipline.
I do have to say that I absolutely love this. I grew up with chickens, and I completely understand when you say that birds just do something for people. They really do. Anytime I was stressed or upset or whatever, a teenager goes through, I could just go out to the chickens and life just was better. I love my job, but I would also equally love just farming chickens as well and just being with chickens all day. But so in addition to what you've talked about, the impact has been from gardening and the poultry ministries, has there been anything else that you've been able to address because of these relationships and partnerships?
Yes, especially with COVID, we had limited time that we could meet with people, and we needed to meet with people socially distanced, and so our partnerships with our health builders and the churches made it possible to do COVID education as well as hand out pulse oxes. And because we had that network established, the pulse ox in COVID is an important tool because it can detect when people's oxygen level is dropping, but they're still feeling good. So a lot of times people would miss seeking care because they could not feel the seriousness of their condition, but the pulse ox would detect that. The other thing the pulse ox can do is that if you're doing okay, it's a reassuring thing. So if you have, say, an elderly relative and you're worried because they're sick and it's COVID time, COVID wave, if you know that their pulse ox is 98%, you can sleep through the night. You don't have to rush in. But otherwise, it can be quite nerve-wracking. So it's a very good assessment in COVID. And so what we were able to do is go to our different health builders, to the networks we had established there, and then as well as to our Baptist churches. And they organized the groups. They set them up so that the chairs are all socially distanced, and those meetings were very well attended, and we were able to we even went to Cape Town, and we also went to the Eastern Cape. And in the Eastern Cape, the pastor there organized about maybe 20 pastors. And so we did the presentation there. And then we gave them the training materials, the videos that we had made, because we make animated videos, translate them into different languages, but we had made a COVID video and a pulse ox video. And so we gave it to the pastor, and he organized another training program. And these are, besides the 20, these were 30 more pastors from the Eastern Cape that's very poor. And he trained them using our videos and passed out one to each church. Just so we passed these pulse oxes out and tell people that if you know of someone who's sick, pass on the pulse ox and the information to them, to the family. So anyway, that was really exciting, that partnership. And also we're going to be able to build on those, all those partnerships and those, the success that we had with the COVID and pulse ox distribution. And as we go in to this coming year, we want to work on high blood pressure and to go through those networks again and do a similar thing, just longer and more about lifestyle. So yes, local partnerships are everything. And we also want to partner too with other, we've reached out to Muslims, and so this is also applicable to other spiritual organizations, and so that they can also address health needs.
So if we have listeners interested in maybe volunteering for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, do you welcome volunteers to come along and be part of that health education and economic development through the poultry and quails, as well as the outreach? Or are you only working with local partnerships within South Africa?
We're mostly working with local partnerships and also existing relationships that we have over a long time, because we have had people supporting our mission for 20 years. So we pretty much already have kind of a network of people who come from the churches that we're already involved with. But, you can always, you can always mention something to us. I would like to direct people to an excellent organization in the United States called Educational Concerns for Hunger Organization, or ECHO as an acronym. It's located in North Fort Myers, Florida. And this would be an excellent place to go for training and the types of things that we're doing for economic impact. And this is just fantastic. We've spent probably a month or a month and a half of our life at Echo, and it helped us quite a bit. And they distribute seeds, all kinds of things. And the other thing I want to mention is that adding on to the chickens, we have a big vision for fruit trees and grafting fruit trees, air layering fruit trees. Our vision is to have now, just besides birds, chickens, gardens, for people to have a fruit tree nursery where they can sell trees and have domes for chickens, quail, fruit trees, nursery, and vegetable seedlings. So we will, be always open for people to make inquiries to us and make partnerships where that's reasonable, or help with techniques if people are interested in what we've done, if it might work in their area.
Thank you so very much. I know we've been so enriched by this conversation. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Anita, for joining us at Bridges for Mission. And as you've heard, listeners, ECHO in Florida is an organization to do some research and continue on. And who knows, maybe we'll have you in part 2 later on in the spring, but it was a delight. So listeners, Nepal, Zimbabwe, Hungary, Denmark, we say thank you for following us.
Thank you. Siyabonga Gakulu.
Köszönjük szépen.
And God bless all of our listeners. And we hope you experience the joy of chickens, fruit trees, and gardens in your life, and that you would be enriched by them and live long and healthy.
We thank you for listening to Bridges for Mission. You can find more information about the Short-Term Mission Office at internationalministries.org.
Also, don't forget to get a hold of the new Leaders Guide entitled Short-Term Mission Team Essentials Together on the Journey. You can find this on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Book Baby, and that we are so glad that you joined us today. So thank you for all the subscribers and from listening from all continents. Thank you and have a good one.
Bienvenidos y bienvenida a Puentes para la Misión.
Welcome to Bridges for Mission.
Bienvenue au Pont pour la Mission.
Well, hello, everyone listening from all across the globe. Thank you very much, all of you subscribers from Nepal, Zimbabwe, Denmark, and various countries in Asia. We are very, very thankful that you continue to follow us. Today, we are with Mike Mann, all the way from Thailand, and I will let him introduce himself. So, Mike, can you tell us more about the ministry that you have in Thailand? And I know it's related to coffee, but I'll let you share with the listeners more about it.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. I'm the director of the Integrated Travel Development Foundation here in Thailand, which was started about 31 years ago. I'm a second generation missionary. So I was brought up in Thailand. I've been here over 60 years. The ministries that we do a lot of water supply for villages, education, building schools, and building clinics for health, as well as helping the economic side of village living, and we use coffee for that. The coffee ministry has come about because I grew up with my father, who was an American Baptist missionary and an agricultural missionary. And when he came to Thailand in 1959, many of the hill tribes were growing opium, and opium is the raw form of heroin. So as an agriculturalist with American Baptist, he tried to introduce crops that would replace the opium trade, and coffee was one of those crops. And so growing up, going to villages and seeing them grow opium and later seeing them grow coffee instead of opium opened my eyes to want to come back and start this foundation. He later worked with the United Nations and was able to upscale the coffee production, because in those days, coffee, who ever heard of coffee in Thailand? No one ever heard of coffee in Thailand. It didn't have a name for himself. But as soon as coffee was introduced, oh, this coffee could be good. It started to, because of replacing opium, it started to get a name for itself throughout the world. And so the ministry was started when I came on board. There were some growing coffee, and I came in and built a co-op, and became the first fair trade co-op for Thailand of hill tribes, bringing them together to grow coffee so we can get quantity. Not only have the quality of it, but have the quantity to enter the international markets globally. And so we being fair trade and following fair trade standards, and really fair trade, the coffee, we were able to get better prices than fair trade prices. And we just became fair trade to get our name on the list, on the directory as a producing co-op for coffee. And we follow fair trade practices, and we follow fair trade procedures, and we try to work directly with the farmers. And so coffee has made a very big impact on farmers here in Thailand.
So did I hear you correctly that you started as a co-op concept to introduce coffee plantation and all that? How was that received?
You know, when we first started, because no one ever heard of coffee in Thailand, we only had, let's see, 4 villages, 15 family coffee growers, and 4 tons of coffee. And we worked with that. We decided to start a fair trade coffee shop in Thailand. So if you're going to introduce a product, you need to be able to buy that product. You don't want to introduce it and the farmers don't have a market, because that just takes them further into poverty. So we had the first fair trade coffee shop to buy their coffee and to roast the coffee and sell it to the public, as well as starting exporting coffee to the rest of the world.
Wow, really fascinating. Thank you so much. What have you seen over the years? Because now that you said you've been doing it for like 30 plus years. What are some of the changes that you've seen happen over those 30 years?
We've seen families get out of poverty. We've seen families stop growing opium, which is a raw form of heroin, certainly, because they weren't making money. It was the middleman that would buy the opium and then form it, refine it into heroin, and then sell it to the global market at a high price. So they could actually get more money for coffee. And in those days, because coffee didn't have a name here in Thailand, we could help the farmers grow the coffee. We would take the coffee, find a buyer. The buyer would buy the coffee, roast it, and then pay us the money for the coffee, and then we pay it back to the farmer. So the farmer really didn't get the money until 6 months later, because it depended on the market, because there weren't any funds. Nowadays, you got to put money up front to the farmers. Otherwise, you don't get the coffee, because there's plenty of markets for the farmers to sell their coffee. And we have evaluated the project, and we can get a family out of poverty in 6 years if they start to grow coffee.
That is really a significant impact, economic impact for the local.
Another thing is we try to help the farmers get the standard of their coffee to the parchment stage. Now, when you pick coffee, you pick it as a cherry. It's like you call it a red cherry. And you take the red cherry and you pulp it to get the seed, the parchment, which is inside the pulp. And so you take that pulp off and you wash and you ferment overnight or 2 nights the parchment, which would be wet and slimy. So you want to get that sliminess off. Then you take that and you dry the parchment. And when you dry the parchment, the farmer can then keep the coffee up to a year to find a buyer. If they do it as a cherry, they got to pulp it within 24 hours, 48 hours. So the broker or the middleman or whoever wants to buy the cherry, he would tell the farmer, okay, I'm going to come December 6th and I'm going to buy 100 kilos of your cherries, and I will give you, I'll give you $1 for that. So, but in Thai, we use baht here in Thailand, but I'll use dollars so people understand what I'm talking about. So I'm going to give you $1 for that 100 kilos of coffee. So the guy comes in December, he looks at the coffee and says, it's not big enough, the color's not there. I'm going to only give you 20 cents for the coffee. I'm not going to give you $1. And the farmer is at the mercy of that middleman because he cannot find another buyer in 24 hours because that coffee needs to be pulped. And so he ends up selling it for 20 cents and not getting the $1. So helping them get it to the parchment stage, which is dry, and they have a year to find a buyer. That has been some of the big changes that it has in the coffee industry among our coffee co-op.
And you mentioned that coffee was not something that was known. So is there no name for it and in the Thai language, or can you share more?
Coffee, like Ethiopia or African countries or South America, Central America, coffee is known throughout the world. The Colombian coffees, the Ethiopian coffees. But who's ever heard of Doi Chan coffee or Omkwai coffee or Mentang coffee? No one's ever heard of it. So we formed the co-op so we can bring the coffee and get the quantity and the quality there. But what really opened the coffee industry here in Thailand, I like to call it the Starbucks effect, because we sell our coffee to Starbucks, and we were the very first co-op and the very first to meet the standards of Starbucks and sold the coffee to Starbucks. As soon as Starbucks started buying the coffee, everyone wanted to come to Thailand and buy coffee. Oh, Starbucks is buying it, must be good coffee. And then so people started trying to break up our co-op to try to come in, and if we had 100 tons of coffee, they would try to come and get that coffee and say, okay, we're going to give you a higher price. We're going to give you a better price. But what happens is they may do that, but the following year they disappear and they're not there to buy their coffee. So we give a very good price, a very fair trade price. We don't give the highest price, but we've been giving them a market for 30 years that they didn't have to rely on ups and downs of trying to find a market. So we've been helping them with a stable market. So as soon as Starbucks buying the coffee and other big companies in Thailand started buying coffee from us, coffee in Thailand started to have a name for itself. So I think we were a catalyst to help coffee in Thailand to have a name for itself. And now the price of coffee in Thailand is quite high. and they have no trouble selling their coffee.
That's wonderful. So through all those changes, what has been some of the surprises that God has done for you in your ministry? Like, what are some of those things that you recognize as God moments?
How the ITDF, Integrated Travel Development Foundation, has expanded, how one thing led to another without us planning. When I came to Thailand, my background was in plant pathology. So I would look at plants, it's kind of like a plant doctor, because I saw growing up that the way villagers use pesticides and herbicides and chemicals, they would use it on their body, they would double the dosage on their plants, and people would get sick and die. So I thought being a plant pathologist I would drive around in a 4-wheel truck and have a lab in the back and then diagnose diseases. But when I came to Thailand and went to the village, there was lack of water. They had to walk a couple miles to collect their water. And that was the need. So I put the pathology to the side and started helping with water. Then God surprised us even more. He says, oh, they need an education. So we started, without having the experience, we started to find donors and churches and people to help build schools and do MOUs with the government, Ministry of Education, to take over those schools after we introduced them. And then became economic justification, economic survival, to build income generation within the family. And so coffee came along, and we used the coffee experience that I had earlier to help them generate an income. And so it's just been growing in that way to these different ministries, and which has surprised me. Because when I started ITDF 31 years ago, I thought it was only going to be 3 years. I had no idea it would be 31 years, and that God would be blessing the people here in Thailand and the Hill Tribes, not only in economic, but in social and educational and environmental and in community development as well, and in health. So, and the coffee industry has just exploded. If you'd come to Thailand 15 years ago, there'd be hardly any coffee shops. Now there's coffee shops everywhere, next door to each other, everyone's selling coffee. And so, and it's just surprised me what God can do if you just, when the doors open and you go through those doors and have faith that it'd be His will, He would be in control.
Yeah, amen. He definitely does like His surprises and loves
Right.
to do that in our lives. So for sure. So changing the gears just a little bit. So over your years of ministry, how have short-term mission volunteers walked alongside you and helped within this ministry?
Yeah, volunteers, work teams. I can say there's some missionaries say it's a big chore and a big problem to have them, but for us, it's been a great experience. They're part of ITDF. They go back to the churches excited. They go back to their communities with new knowledge of what's happening on the other side of the world. And they take the story back to the churches, and they can tell the story better than we can to these churches. And so they kind of been catalysts and part of ITDF and been supporters, not only in finance, but in prayer and in coming over and living in the village for a week and building a water project or picking coffee or building a school. It shows our staff and the villagers, especially the Christian villagers, that our God is a global God. And our God, if churches are willing financially to come over to Thailand, not only financially, but their bodies too, to work in the forest, to have mosquitoes and eat food that they're not used to, and sleep where they're not used to sleeping, and having experiences that they're not used to having experiences in the back of a pickup truck. It shows the staff and it shows the villagers that, wow, if they care people so far and a different skin color come all the way to work with us, we should maybe reach out to our neighbor villages or our neighbor hut, because that's the least we can do for our God. So work teams have been very beneficial. But we've had over 1,000 people come over as part of a work team, and several hundred work teams. And out of all those work teams, we've never had a bad experience.
Thank you. That is really quite the testimony for us, in short-term mission and the short-term mission movement, the impact that it has had, and the redefinition, and for some, the affirmation of taking care of thy neighbor, and what does it look like? Over the years, though, can you share a little bit more about how can we continue to encourage volunteers to be more justice-minded when they serve cross-culturally?
Interesting enough, in our interview when we came out as missionaries 31 years ago, we were asked this question as well as missionaries, to come out to the field. And at that time, I would always pick justice over any other answer. I would look at it, is it justified? Is there justice in it? And I would go that route. So that's been my standard for 31 years. And that's one reason why we introduced the coffee ministry, because villagers are second-class citizens. They don't have citizenship, which means they don't have ownership of their land. They don't have access to medical care. They don't have the best access to education. And so that's why we, being justice-minded, started introducing coffee so that they can have a better income and be on par with their Thai other Thai communities that are growing coffee, and get the same benefits that they get from the government and assistance that they get from the government as their other Thai communities. And so with that, a lot of times they would say, oh, they're hill tribe. We can pay them less for their coffee than our Thai counterparts because they're hill tribe. They don't have citizenship. Oh, let's hire the hill tribes to work in our coffee fields. We don't need to pay them the minimum wage. We pay them less. So there are instances like that where, oh, we can have them work overtime and not get paid. Or they can be sick and still have to work because they do not have citizenship and they don't have access to health or medical or other benefits or loans and whatever. So that's why ITDF got started, was because to introduce education at the level where they were getting the same education as people in the lowlands, to introduce economic initiatives like coffee, where they could get the same price as people in the lowlands, or buyers, outside buyers are paying for the coffee. Work with them in health so that they have a health facility or a clinic to go to, just as their counterparts do in other parts of communities. So ITDF was started because of justice, because of mercy, love, and just to be humble in the way we did the work as we work with villagers, because we're working side by side, and our strategy is bottoms up. They make the decisions. We try to facilitate the decisions that they're making, because there's so much we can learn from them. In fact, with my degrees and coming from university in California and all that, I've learned much more from them than what I have taught them. So it's just to keep that in mind when you're doing ministry among the hill tribes here in Thailand or other parts of the world where people don't have citizenship or status or a name.
Well, thank you so much for all that you've shared, and truly uplifting Micah 6:8 in the ministry that was started 31 years ago, and the legacy of this ministry. I know the listeners are very enriched by all we've heard. If we had just one word, is encouragement, I would say, and truly
Right.
trusting in the Lord, and the doors and the windows that will open just because we step out in faith. So we want to thank you, Mike,
Thank
for all
you.
that you do, and truly stepping out in faith and putting the plant degrees and the lab on the side, and trusting the Lord.
Yeah, one last thing, if they can support the coffee, it's Lana Coffee. If you search Lana Coffee USA, we have a coffee, we sell it in the United States as well as Thailand. So Lana Coffee.
You heard it, Lana Coffee. So listeners, thank you for all that you've heard from Thailand about the history of the coffee ministry. And we hope you continue to tune in. Thank you. Until next time. We thank you for listening to Bridges for Mission. You can find more information about the Short-Term Mission Office at internationalministries.org.
Also, don't forget to get a hold of the new Leaders Guide entitled Short-Term Mission Team Essentials Together on the Journey. You can find this on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Book Baby, and that we are so glad that you joined us today. So thank you for all the subscribers and from listening from all continents. Thank you and have a good one.
Bienvenidos y bienvenida a Puentes para la Misión.
Nuanga pa Galamania.
Welcome to Bridges for Mission.
Bienvenue au Pont pour la Mission.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm Reverend Sandra Dorsonville, joined this morning with Minister Nicole Cox, co-creator and co-podcaster. You know, I keep stumbling upon those terminologies, but we are so delighted that you're joining us from all corners of the world. And today we have a special treat. We will be traveling all the way to Kenya for this recording. And we have with us Pelagie Tuyisenge, who will be joining us for this podcast. So please sit tight and welcome to B4M, Bridges for Mission. Pelagie, it is a delight to have you with us at Bridges for Mission. Hello, Pelagie.
Hello, how are you doing?
We are fine. How are you?
We are very fine. Our day is actually coming to a close. as you're starting your new day in the morning, for us, we are coming to an end.
Yes, well, and I know that the listeners will be joining and trying to catch this podcast at different times of the day. So it is good. God has given us the possibility of technology, and we're delighted about it. So why don't you introduce yourself, Pelagie, to our listeners and tell them about what is FARP? What is your role at FARP? What's the ministry about? So we turn it to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to allow me share about the ministry. FARP stands for Peace Building, Healing and Reconciliation Program. It started in 1994 in Nairobi, Kenya, and we are operating in various countries in Rwanda, Malawi, Tanzania, South Sudan, and Burundi. And my role within the organization is to help with the communications, as well as to fundraise for the various programs that the ministry is involved in.
Wonderful. So I didn't realize that you also operated outside of Kenya. So have you noticed the impact of the ministry, whether it's urban outreach or village outreach, or even, outside of Kenya? Can you share a little bit more?
Yes, so basically what FARP does, we seek to develop teams of trained professionals, clergy and local administration that are working for peace and justice in order to prevent violent conflict, restore human dignity, and reduce poverty. So as you well know that in Africa, some of the things that characterize us are poverty, violent conflicts, and that stabilize the state of peace. So our rigorous programs develop TOTs. These are trainer of trainers, of peacemakers that can effectively address violent conflicts and gender equality. So far, the urban and rural outreach presents effective strategies for forming relationships and trust between residents and the local administration. That would be community elders, chiefs, village heads, and religious leaders, in order to ensure community safety and cohesion. So we have seen many youths embrace peaceful measures of settling conflicts, unlike in the past where the only medium of communication to our leaders will be through violence, a lot of rioting, infrastructure destruction. But now we are seeing that as we continue to train and to develop TOTs, people are embracing dialogue instead of rioting, throwing stones, or destroying property in order to pass across a message. And we have witnessed more peace walks supported by the community and the local administration. Within a period of 7 years, I would say since 2014, FARP has managed to reach about 20,000 beneficiaries in the rural and urban areas, and 6,000 in the very center of the urban environs. That's the impact that we have seen so far, in short.
That's wonderful. What a great impact, my goodness. And all for peace and conflict resolution, and just also teaching the model of teaching teachers and teaching instructors, and really conveying and, imparting knowledge so that people are equipped to do better and be better. And you've seen that similar impact outside of Kenya as well?
Yes, outside of Kenya, I just came from Malawi to conduct a pastor's training that was graduating 55 pastors. And other than the challenges of COVID and the poverty that there is in, the testimonies that are coming out are those of impact, spiritual growth, and even personal growth in terms of capacity building and how the pastor is able to conduct ministry, focusing on discipleship, especially the Great Commission that we find in Matthew 28, verse 19 to 20.
Beautiful. Well, I'll turn it over to Minister Nicole, because I know she has a couple of questions for you, but I am really encouraged already by what you have shared. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon or evening, everyone. So one of my questions that I have is, have you ever hosted volunteers to come and help with FARP, either within Kenya or outside of Kenya, to learn and to assist in the ministry that FARP does? Thank you.
Yes, FARP, since its inception, in 1994 has each year, except of course for 2019, 2020, and this year because of COVID, had volunteers come to work and learn within the ministry. So volunteers come to learn more on peace building, conflict transformation, forgiveness and reconciliation. And most of these volunteers are those who are interested in working in the areas of peace. So the FAB database has volunteers coming from the UK, USA, Germany, Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi, Tanzania, South Sudan, and even locals here in Kenya.
Wow, that's fantastic. That's such an outreach from your home ministry. So what are some of the joys and challenges that you've encountered with hosting these volunteers?
Before I go to the joys and challenges, you'd also want to capture the fact that these volunteers would be part of activities that promote the knowledge, skills, and attitudes that will help communities to prevent the occurrence of violent conflict, resolve conflicts peacefully, or create social conditions conducive to peace and justice. So the volunteers, they work alongside a staff that is assigned to them so that they may be able also to learn the core values of nonviolence and social justice, which are central to peace education. And nonviolence being manifested through values such as respect for human rights, freedom, and trust. Social justice also being realized by principles of equality, responsibility, and solidarity. And as volunteers help in their ministry, they learn different aspects of various cultures and ways of doing things, as you have seen the database of the world. So that means cross-cultural happens. And the cross-cultural experience that is shared for the individual's personal development and to the development of that community where they have been assigned to serve in. Some of the joys and challenges, let me say that we learn from one another, gaining new experiences of living. Those who come, they apply their knowledge and the skills that they have received into a new culture, and they are also able to learn and appreciate from others. So the joys of volunteering have been, it gives physical and mental rewards to the volunteer when a project or task becomes successful. They are able to blend in with the local community, but when they're able to press on and finish the project, then there is a sense of success and pride that what you've been involved in has been meeting and learning from new people. It is a great chance to use one spare time effectively while having fun, because we work also having fun as much as we are working in the field. Some of the challenges I could say, having volunteers come from different parts of the world, it makes one to be susceptible to tropical illnesses, such as malaria and flu, because you're coming into a new environment that you're not used to. There is also the aspect of difference in work ethics, whereby you try to gel the office work and that of the volunteer could be a challenge. Sometimes you find the culture in the office is not what a volunteer is used to from wherever they're coming from. And many times while working with community members, they disregard the importance of keeping time for an event of a training. In Africa, we say we really have that challenge of keeping time. Even I personally, when I go to trainings in communities, if you say 9 o'clock, in your head, you should give yourself an hour, People start coming in like at 10. So you find like someone who is not used to that kind of culture might be discouraged, So also hostility of communities or standing out as a foreigner, volunteer, you stand out within the community. If you're white, you get a lot of stares. Sometimes you're an easy target of pickpockets or thefts or beggars. Community members may sometimes not be willing to accept foreigners to be part of them, especially when maybe they take like photos and they're not too sure how far or how wide the photos will be spread. And also the language barrier. Sometimes the language could also be a hindrance for the volunteers. You have content to share, but how you deliver it in the language you use and the pronunciation might not be readily acceptable by the community members. And other challenges could also be like recruitment, knowing who is fit for the work, you know. Many opportunities come, people seeking for volunteering, but you're not too sure what are their strengths and their weaknesses. And also inspiring volunteer leadership. You also want volunteers who are self-confident and proactive, but most times you find like you really have to follow them up so that they can be able to do that which is expected of them. And also lastly, retaining of volunteers for long term. It's hard to retain a volunteer, however good they are, however much input they put into the ministry, but you cannot retain them for a long time. That has been some of the challenges.
Well, it's a blessing to know that even through the challenges, there's still so much joy that comes out of having volunteers, and just everything that develops from those relationships when they come in to serve. So when a volunteer comes in, roughly how long do they serve for?
There are those who come in for 3 months, 6 months, or a year, depending on the agreement that has been done.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Reverend Sandra, I hand it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. That is, what a ministry, huh? I know our listeners are definitely moved and at taking it all in. I would, couple of the last questions that I have for you, Pelagie, is what some new trends or new strategies that you have encountered in addressing peace building in your trainings? Have there been some new trends that you've had to incorporate as part of your training?
Yes, some of the trends I've noticed is that as much as peace education is very important, but you also have to keep in mind that the participants or beneficiaries have got physical needs. So training about peace and not taking care of their physical needs is almost equated like to nothing, because they come, they say, we've left problems in the home, we've spent the day in the training, and we'll go back to the same problem. So how then can you help us? So as we share the stories and the concerns that come from the beneficiaries in communities, sometimes we do get friends who support maybe and say, you can buy a packet of flour, a packet of sugar for these people. And you find that that is maybe a meal that takes care of a day or 2 days. So there's a lot of physical needs that need to be addressed as much as we are addressing the peace and the justice in the community.
Wonderful. And you've been doing it, since 1994. And now the impact of COVID. Can you speak a little bit of the impact that COVID has had or maybe restricted your travels?
Okay, the impact of COVID, I'll just give an example. Recently, as I mentioned, I came from Malawi. Initially, you would go online and apply for your visa, or you go to the consulate in your country of the country where you're traveling to, and you make your visa application. But now with COVID, you do it online. And it's so bad such that now in Africa, sometimes our infrastructure is not the best. So you find even going online, you're not able to get all the services that you need. So I'm forced to call the immigration in Malawi to seek for help. And probably a visa that costed $50, you find like it's doubled or it's tripled. And when you get the visa, you thank God because it's been a rigorous process of calling back and forth, and trying to know the state of the visa application. Then when you get to the airport as you're departing, you're told that if you're not a Malawian resident or working there or married there, then you're not allowed into the country. And so you're wondering then what was the need of getting a visa? But of course, you're helped to get a clearance letter from the Ministry of Health. And every airport that you go to on transit, you have to really be searched. You have to produce documents that you are never producing before. And so this has instilled a lot of fear. Even when you're starting from home, you're already scared because you don't know what is ahead of you. You're not too sure of the unknown. And coming back, you have to do a COVID test again, which if you're not a resident of Malawi, the cost has been doubled up. And you cannot start arguing about it. You just have to pay the fee. And when you finally get to the people now, you're finding a discouraged people because churches have been affected, homes have been affected, and there's so little that you can do. And the needs are so beyond you. So you find that COVID has really thrown everything into confusion, yeah? But as we say, there is light at the end of the tunnel. You cannot entirely give up. And God, who started the ministry, who started the work, is faithful to see it come to completion. And I'm very grateful that on Sunday I was able to come back home, having completed the task that took me to Malawi.
We're glad that you made it safely to and fro, and were able to share a little bit of the testimony, through this episode. And I know you will touch many hearts. So my last question to you before we end is, where do you hope the ministry to be in 3 years from now?
Okay, that's a very good question. 3 years from now, of course, we want to see the impact growing. As I mentioned, the few countries that we are ministering in, I'm expecting that doors will open, and we will even venture into Asia, into Asian countries. I believe even them, they also need to hear the message of peace, the message of trauma healing and forgiveness. And locally also, we have 47 counties, and out of the 47, I can say we have reached about 18. So in 3 years, I would like to see us at least having added 10 other more counties, so that the message of peace can reach many. And also the number of direct beneficiaries, TOTs, increases from the 20,000 that we've seen. At least it doubles, so that now it is not few people who are taking the message of peace, but we have a bigger, larger network of peacemakers, of trained TOTs that are propagating the message of peace.
Wonderful. Well, we thank you, Pelagie. Minister Nicole, any word that you would want the listeners to hear as we close?
I think for me, it would just be praying for this ministry, because they're doing such incredible work, and it's difficult with COVID, and just a difficult ministry even before COVID. So just prayers that, where Pelagie hopes the ministry will be in 3 years is there, or even beyond that point, that they're just covered in prayers of hope and confidence and strength during this time.
Yeah, hope, confidence, strength, and prayers, steadfastness. So let's be the peace builders that we're asked to be, the bridge makers. So thank you, everyone who have come today to listen to Pelagie and hear a little bit more about FARP. And we are so grateful that you tuned in from Nepal, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Asia, wherever you are. We thank you for listening. Until next time. We thank you for listening to Bridges for Mission. You can find more information about the Short-Term Mission Office at internationalministries.org.
Also, don't forget to get a hold of the new Leaders Guide entitled Short-Term Mission Team Essentials Together on the Journey. You can find this on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Book Baby, and that we are so glad that you joined us today. So thank you for all the subscribers and from listening from all continents. Thank you and have a good one.
Bienvenidos y bienvenida a Puentes para la Misión.
Nonga pa galamanemba.
Welcome to Bridges for Mission.
Bienvenue au Pont pour la Mission.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm Reverend Sandra Dorsonville, and we are so delighted to have you join us this morning on the Bridges for Mission podcast. Thank you to all our listeners following us in Nepal, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Hungary, wherever you're following us from. We are close to 2,000 followers. That is truly exciting. And as you know, I'm the co-producer with Minister Nicole Cox of Bridges for Mission.
Hello, everyone.
And we have a surprise for you. You will be hearing the new voice of our sound engineer, Jenny Samp, who will be part of this conversation today. So hello, Jenny.
Hello, everyone.
But we have guests. We traveled all the way to the UK, and we have Dr. Julian Brown with us and Jorge Damasceno.
Super. Hello.
Hello.
It is wonderful to have them with us. And so grab some water to hydrate, because you will be so enriched by the conversation. So Jenny is going to start us off with the first question. So glad to have you with us this morning, Jenny, our sound engineer.
Welcome, everybody. Can you, gentlemen, introduce yourselves to our listeners and what your roles are in the UK?
Hello, everyone. My name is George Damasceno. I'm a Baptist minister. I'm originally from Brazil, and I came to the UK in 2016 to work with, 2006, to work with Portuguese-speaking migrant worker in the area, helping the local churches and the local government to integrate Portuguese-speaking migrant workers in the area into the life of society, local society. So I have been here in the UK and happy until I met Julian. Oh, I mean, I'm still happy that I met him. And then the ministry here for me took a spin, a different direction. So which we're gonna explore together. Yeah, but I'm also a psychotherapist, so I work here helping people with mental health.
And I'm Julian. I'm a doctor in the UK. I've been a doctor now for 25 years, and I've got three principal, roles. One is my job as a general practitioner, looking after local patients in the county of Norfolk. My second role is I'm working on national projects to support vulnerable patient groups be better looked after by healthcare services, particularly people with mental health issues, the homeless, and individuals with who maybe English isn't their first language, who sometimes don't get so well looked after by our local healthcare services. And then the third role is a role in terms of the charity, which is Health Amplifier, for which I'm the chair, and George is our chief operating officer for that particular organization, where we're currently doing work in northern Tanzania to again see how we can improve support and empowerment of local villages where there's high levels of poverty and problems with access to healthcare facilities.
How wonderful. Well, it leads into my question, and I'm sure curiosity with our listeners. Health Amplifiers, how did that come about? And other than Tanzania, where else that you are having this ministry? But please share more about the Health Amplifiers.
So George, do you want me to start on this? So it all came about
please,
really by accident. I was invited to go for another charity called Intercare as a medical examiner to look at the hospitals and the clinics that were receiving aid from our charity, to make sure they were receiving the medications appropriately and that they were utilizing the support services in a effective and assured manner. And during that trip, we came across this small village just near Moshi called Kikavu. And it was what was very clear about this village is that the poverty levels were much more extreme, and there was a much greater need for local medical services. There was no clinics for over 10 kilometers away. But because they didn't have any local infrastructure and they didn't have a local service, we couldn't supply them with medicines or supply them with the usual medical supplies that the other charity would, in terms of send aids with supplies and medications. So we were left in this kind of interesting predicament where we'd come across an area of extreme need, but it was not it doesn't fit into the blueprint of what that charity was doing, and it really I felt a continual burden about that particular need, and then told Michael, who's the director of the other charity, that I really want to set up a clinic and some services there and support the local school and bits and pieces. And he said, Julian, you're mad. There's so much bureaucracy. You'll never get it down. Your bureaucracy in Tanzania is even more difficult in the UK, which is, trust me, sometimes feels like everything's red tape. But to cut a long story short, some very key people from the local villages helped me dramatically, and within 3 months, we'd managed to get a medical license from the district officer, and we'd also got the school activated as well with the district officer for education, and it was a real blessing. There was just a number of people that all just suddenly materialised out of nowhere, really, and everyone was just amazed at how we managed to get operational within a 3-month period, from zero to having a functional clinic, and getting the school, which at the time had no teachers and no infrastructure, to be fully functional within that period of time. So that was kind of how it started. And then I'll let George talk about how he joined the project, because George is key to many of the things that have happened out there since.
So I remember the time when Julia came back from one of his trips to Kikavu. He was bubbly, he was happy. There was something, beautiful in his face, shining. And then he shared about the difficulties, the challenges in Kikavu, and what he was thinking and praying for the best way to approach it. And I remember saying to him, I think there is also a pastoral role to be played in this new endeavor, as we cater, as we help people, with their physical struggles, their medical conditions. There is also a gap here for us to let them know why we do what we do, and because that comes out from our love for God and compassion and care. And that's how I joined the project, and I'm very happy that we can see the way God is doing things in that little community.
That's so beautiful. Can you talk just a little bit more about the impact of this clinic in this area with the schools and everything?
Absolutely. So the first thing was to understand, just give the background of the kind of place we're talking about. So the average life expectancy was 40 years of age. 1 in 3 children died in their first 2 years of life, and there was we did, when we first started with the school, we did basic weights and heights, and the average weight and height of the individuals over there was equivalent to a child 3 years younger in the UK. There was significant problems with malnutrition, and it was there were basically 5 main problems. The first was that there was no kind of environmental program to try and improve healthcare generally. And we engaged with some very, very bright and passionate local Tanzanians who are interested in environmental care. We started getting everyone mosquito nets. We did a 10-point action plan for each family home to make sure they had toilets. At the time, 80% of the homes didn't have a toilet. People didn't have mosquito nets. There was problems with clean water supply, and all the usual problems that you get in regions from extreme poverty. So we kind of really focused on that area initially, And then with the clinic, what we did is we provided free healthcare for people that complied with the environmental program. So they had to turn up to the meetings, turn up to the educational meetings, and be actively empowered through that. And we realized very quickly that wasn't working. So we then got local volunteers. There were 10 of them who all took it upon themselves to take up different regions of the area. Now, there's 12,000 individuals within the area of Kakavu, and they each had just over 1,000 individuals that they were looking after. And they were transformational. It was then that the system really started to shine, and we managed to dramatically reduce malaria rates, to reduce perinatal mortality, and to have a feeding program that started to really impact on the well-being of the children. The next bit was obviously the school, because the school was bizarre. The first time I went to the school, there were all these children in all these classrooms, and there were no teachers, there was no adults, but they were all sitting absolutely still. They had no writing materials, no reading materials. There was nothing on the front board. And it really felt, it was one of the strangest experiences of my life, I have to say, walking through this school compound with all these lessons with just children not really moving. And of course, what I didn't know now is that there was a policy that children got beaten if they made a noise. And at the time, all the teachers had gone on strike because they hadn't been paid for 3 months. And so there was just a couple of caretakers that were taking care of the school, who go around, sort of hitting children that made sort of a sound. And if you go to the school now, that to me has been probably the biggest blessing. We've got this vibrant school with 800 happy children, and it's heartwarming to see the difference. So that was really exciting.
Yeah, one of the things that we want to make sure would happen in the process is that we would like to give the locals to have ownership over what was going on there. So with the idea of providing healthcare, it also comes with the idea of they earning the right to access free healthcare, rather than this is a bunch of Westerns coming here and dictating how things should be done. And Julian, God bless him with his technology expertise, he made it possible. So actually he's engaging the community as well, looking after each other, working like, for example, the mosquito nets. That's one of the requirements for them to access free healthcare, or make sure that they have a patch of vegetables, in the garden where they grow their own vegetables. And things, practical steps, there are 12 of them, helped a lot in the engaging of the locals in the program, also in their ownership of it. I think was very important as well to mention.
That's awesome. I mean, it speaks to the International Ministries missiology, but it also speaks to truly dismantling that concept, like you said, Jorge, of the Western dictating to others, so other communities and all that, what should be done, and more of elevating from within, and having the locals and whoever identify the needs, and us coming along, both of you coming alongside. It also makes me think of definitely the asset-based concept, and for some of us in rehabilitation to really look at the strength and not the weakness, and speak to the strength and all that. So, wow, what a God moment you must have lived when local volunteers just came up to help with the outreach to the community and get more of the buy-in. Julian, can you speak a little bit more before I ask that other question that I had in mind, but that, how did God show up through those local volunteers for you?
I think that the wonderful thing about God is God is everywhere in every situation, and the local volunteers were truly extraordinary. They didn't want any pay. There was no, kind of, for me, there was no tangible benefits for them to be one of these volunteers. And of course, they were doing 1 day a week each for the project, and effectively they were losing remuneration. Now, the average earnings in that region is just over $1 a day for and the unemployment rates are around 80%. So even at that rate, so you get an idea of just how the level of hardship. Yet they were happy to give up a day a week for that particular project, which was I think for me one of the most exciting things about it is one has these something slightly. I think a lot of people have cynical perspectives that somehow the West is there to go and help, and then there's this kind of this almost like this giver and taker type situation. Not at all. This was very much the Tanzanian people were in charge. We were there as a slight catalyst. And if you look at things like the school, all we did with the school is we put a contingency fund for the teachers. So we put a fund in and said if they weren't paid by the government on time, the contingency fund would pay them until the money came through from the government. And it didn't actually cost us anything. We put just over £1,000 into that contingency fund to get the teachers back, and never once was any more money asked for. It was, and the teachers came back, and there's been business as usual ever since. We've had a few heartaches. We lost our head teacher, got killed on the back of a motorbike coming back actually from the funeral of one of the students. I mean, it is a completely different world out there, and I think when you start to hear those kind of stories, you realize. And she was an absolutely wonderful individual, and it's moments like that you start to kind of try and work out what is the bigger plan here. But what we realize is that on the back of that, it empowered a whole load of the other teachers to become a lot more empowered themselves in assisting in the development of the school. So it's been just one of those experiences for me where I've certainly got a lot more from the project than I've given to it, and it's been an immense privilege and blessing for me personally to have the privilege of being able to work with the individuals in this particular region of Tanzania. So I think for George, it's been a similar kind of experience. So I'm putting words into your mouth, George.
Well, when we talk about volunteering, our first reaction is how volunteering works is going to impact the local village or the country the volunteers are working in. But there is also a tremendous impact in the lives of the volunteers themselves. They witness what God is doing. They witness what it means to be humans. So they come back here. I see many volunteering people coming back to the UK, and their lives are transformed. They cannot no longer live the same way they lived before, and this is quite contagious process, because they're witnessing of what is happening outside there. All of a sudden bursts up the bubbles, and they are able now not only themselves to be in contact with what it means to be humans and with the suffering that humans are experiencing all over the world, but they help to steer others towards that direction as well. I think there is a transformational power in the volunteering work that we sometimes, we discount, we don't pay attention to.
So true. You are speaking to both my heart and I know Nicole's heart with the high value of volunteers and what short-term volunteers do and how much they receive. And we know, and the good book tells us that it is in giving that you receive. And to come alongside and to really just sit and wait and ask that critical question of how can we help, and to know how God is transforming both hearts and multiple hearts at the same time. So I so appreciate your comment, Jorge, when you said the volunteers, their bubble were burst in trying to understand and having seen human dignity. Truly, so I would, Nicole, you can already think, you can only see my thinking that we're going to burst bubbles.
I can see the little light bulbs going off over your head.
But what a beautiful way of evangelism that you did, by waiting for the local Tanzanians, looking at asset base, looking at strength, knowing the needs, physical, spiritual, mental needs, and working with folks that God would bring to you. And I know that the African village chiefs have an important role. And did you encounter that you needed to sit under the tree with African village chiefs or under the tent in silence and wait until the chief gave the nod? Just tell us a little bit about that.
That's one is Julian's face, so that's for him to answer.
Are you thinking about the goat here?
Yes.
George? So yes, no, we spent. I mean, so we had some really, truly wonderful individuals in the village that were the village leaders, and it was interesting actually because our village leader Swally was Muslim, and we were working in partnership with the church there, which created an interesting set of dynamics. We very quickly managed to get, for the first time, the Muslim community and the church community to meet at the church, which was quite remarkable. None of them had ever stepped inside the church before, and actually it became a real. I think there was a genuine partnership developed across the village between the different what had been traditionally a segregated community, and I think that was, for me, one of the true excitements is seeing how, it doesn't matter what faiths people came from, there was an ability to have a combined focus on doing some truly remarkable things for combating illness and poverty and hunger, and that shone and through the barriers of those different religious sectors, if you like. But yes, we had several meetings with the local villagers who were very much in charge. We were very much there as their servants, and to see how we could help. And at all times, we always checked that these were projects that were wanted by the village. They did this lovely ceremony for the opening of the new maternity wing that went in, which was very much down to the American Baptist Mission were able to, they funded some of that project, which was very exciting. But at the ceremony, they served up this goat that had been outside in the hot sun, and there are more flies on goat than you could actually see more flies than meat. And it was, of course, we tucked in with enthusiasm. It was a slightly interesting moment, and we have a constant little chuckle about the goat every now and again when we want to tease one another about the project. But in all seriousness, the people there from the village were an absolute delight. They looked after us in a way that was beyond acceptability. We were continually given far too much meals, and we were continually have to say, look, please don't cook, and please don't do this, because but of course there was just a continual affection, kindness. The choir would sing on regular occasions, and it was just a real air of positivity in terms of our dealings with the village leaders, even when they weren't necessarily directly of Christian faith. And that was, to me, was a real privilege to witness and be part of. George, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I just want to, our relationship with the local chiefs, is very good, because at the end of the day, they know we are there to help them to look after themselves. And we have been doing that in very practical ways. I just want to throw a few statistics here. For example, we are providing between 560 meals to 600 meals a day for the children of the local school, in partnership with their parents as well. So since 2017, more than 1,500 children have been have their have had a dental treatment. So I think they know we are there to work with them for the improvement of their own people. And this makes them understand that we are not there to take ownership or control anything, but to show servanthood. And then the relationship between us and the local chiefs has been the one that we are there to serve each other and to serve one purpose, human development. And it has been a wonderful journey to be part of.
Can I just add a couple of things on that, George? Because I think
yes.
Jorge, you've come up with some really profound stats there. Because it's been over 1 million meals that we've managed to provide to the children of the village since we started the project. We've managed to increase the attendance at the school, which was it was running around 70 to 75% attendance, is now running at over 95% attendance for the calendar year. We've managed to get all families now to have access to a toilet facility when there was 80 to 90% without. As a result of that, there's been no outbreaks of cholera since 2015 when we started the project. Yet before that, there was a cholera epidemic after every wet season each year. The malaria rates were reduced by over 80% in the region since we started the program. The perinatal death mortality has dropped by 80%. And the village has won the Cleanest Village Award, and the clinic has won Best Clinic Award for the region as well from the government. And both those were governmental awards which brought money to the local communities. And we're now embarking on a environmental program for planting trees with the school, where the children are planting the seeds and getting the fledgling plants, the saplings. We're then taking them to the clinic, which is acting as a central repository for making sure the trees get to a stage where they can be planted out. And then the locals are planting them out as part of that project for a carbon offset program. And we're just doing some projects here back in the UK with the NHS, where the NHS actually creates as much carbon offset as the airline industry. And they're now starting to support the program back to Tanzania. So we've actually got funding now coming back to support the locals to plant the trees, to do carbon offset. And of course, the beautiful thing about the trees out there is they just grow so quickly. Trees that I planted back in 2015 are now 25 meters tall because it's equatorial volcanic soil. And so we've managed to take the whole project now onto a more sustainable program where we're creating a completely self-sustainable environment for the village in partnership with that whole concept of health, looking after the planet and looking after each other, which I think is really exciting.
This is absolutely incredible. And I so want to come out and visit and to be a part of this ministry now. Yes, I see you shaking your head, Sandra. I see that. So my question to you, purely on a this is my job base, but how can volunteers come out and help in any area of these ministries that you have spoken of?
So traditionally, we've not had many volunteers on the basis that we've done it more by using local people from the village and local individuals to both run the clinic. Our nurses are all from the local village. Our doctors are local. Doctors are local individuals, and we've tried to keep it as independent as possible by minimising, I guess, in some ways, the volunteering. However, the tree growing project now is a significant part of the whole future plans for this kind of project, and I think that's something which absolutely, if we can get volunteers to go out and help and see what's going on with both the clinic and the school, and how we're hopefully inspiring the next generation of to come through with a view to look after trees rather than deforestation. And what's even more exciting is the local district councillors are very much working with us. So we've actually got a tree preservation order now put in around the village so that all the trees are preserved, so they can't be chopped down without potentially a quite significant fine. And so it's really, yeah, if people have got an interest in healthcare, we took some midwives out last year to help train the midwives from my own clinic here in the UK. That was really successful. If there's any clinicians who want to come out and help train the doctors or the nurses, that would be great. If there's anyone who's interested in working at the school for a period of time, that would be gratefully received by the school. And if anyone's interested in environmental work, that would also be very well received. So it's still a red zone, I believe, for COVID at the moment. So we haven't been able to go out there this year, which has been a real frustration. But as soon as we go back in, if there is anyone that is interested, we would be absolutely delighted to receive your any support and your fellowship for this program. That'd be fantastic.
Thank you. So that was such a wonderful way to put it, for job research on how we can support. And then I may have to come check it out to make sure, that the ministries are there, and I'm just kidding.
And
Yeah.
It's also, I think, the other piece to Nicole, Minister Nicole, that I hear underneath what they say, it could be a place where we come to learn. So the Western mentality, the Western eyes, the volunteers from the US or anything might have an interest in. So how can we replicate maybe some of the project that is done, sustained by locals? So let's not murky the waters, but let's go to learn. Let's go with that heart of learning. And also, we'll definitely have to have some follow-up conversations. We are so delighted to have you this morning. Yeah, no, thank you for all this training and impartation of knowledge.
I was going to say, well, thank you so much, because the support we've also had from yourselves has been an almighty blessing, and we'd have struggled. We got to a stage where it was really difficult to get the next level of support for the maternity clinics, and that was all down to the support that you and your team provided. So thank you so much on behalf of the people from Kikavu and from Health Amplifier for that. And if anyone wants to look at what we're doing, the website is simply www.healthamplifier.org, and you can see all the projects we've got going on out in Kikavu, and a little bit more information about the things we talked about today.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you again, as Julia said, to International Ministries for the grant that was given, which enabled us to build the mother and children medical unit, which is now in full function, which is gonna help to save the lives of so many children and mothers in the local area. That was a wonderful. I was reading James 2, which says, "Faith without work is dead." So the kind of faith that does not connect with the human reality serves nothing. So, and thank you for being part of the journey.
Thank you both so much for being with us today. You provided some wonderful information. We appreciate you giving your website so our listeners will know where to go, be able to read more about what's going on with it. It's really amazing work that you're doing.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Yes, it's been a delight. Listeners from Nepal, Tanzania, Hungary, you have been enriched with Dr. Julian Brown and Jorge Damasceno, all the way from the UK. What's our takeaway, Minister Nicole? If we had to summarize and continue to build those bricks of bridges, what would be one word for you?
I would have to say hope for that, just solely for the purpose of that imagery of, the children sitting still and not being able to express themselves, to now being able to play and to be kids and to learn. So that hope through the journey.
Wonderful. Thank you. For me, I think I will sit and visualize that bursting of bubble for better, and to see God through the burst of bubble. So thank you, everyone. And until next time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We thank you for listening to Bridges for Mission. You can find more information about the Short-Term Mission Office at internationalministries.org.
Also, don't forget to get a hold of the new Leaders Guide entitled Short-Term Mission Team Essentials Together on the Journey. You can find this on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Book Baby, and that we are so glad that you joined us today. So thank you for all the subscribers and from listening from all continents. Thank you and have a good one.
Bienvenidos y bienvenidas a Puentes para la Misión.
Nona pa Galanganuma.
Welcome to Bridges for Mission.
Bienvenue au Pont pour la Mission.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Reverend Sandra Dorsonville, and you are joining us on the Bridges for Mission podcast. We are so delighted that you have joined us, and we want to thank you, all of the listeners, over 2,000, which is amazing. You are joining us from Nepal, Zimbabwe, Hungary, Denmark, and many, many other places. So thank you for following us for a year now, over a year. Actually. And this morning, I'm here with our sound engineer, Jenny Samp, who will be joining and facilitating some of the questions with the guests that we have. Now, listeners, I invite you to take a pad of paper and a pen because you're in for a treat and you will want to take notes. We have esteemed theologians with us, Jenny. Isn't that amazing?
So excited to have everyone here today.
We have Reverend Dr. Marie Onwu-Buari and Reverend Dr. Stan Slade. And they will introduce themselves, but really, truly, listeners, take that pad of paper, join the conversation, sit around the table. We are delighted to have you. Let me turn it to Jenny, who will start that conversation with us.
Well, hello, everyone. Can you all share with our listeners what your roles are with the ABC?
Hello, this is Marie Onwu-Buari, and it's a joy to be with you and all your listeners. I serve as the Associate General Secretary for Mission Resource Development for the American Baptist Churches USA Office of the General Secretary. And in this role, I am involved with and oversee public relations, which includes communications and marketing, as well as development, which is creating and sustaining a climate and environment and practice of joyful giving to the mission that is involved with the American Baptist family.
And this is Stan Slade. I have been serving with American Baptist International Ministries since 1983. In a whole variety of different ways, as a residential missionary in the country of El Salvador with my wife, Kathy, and our 3 boys. And then in Valley Forge at the home office, seeking to support the work of missionaries and international partners and American Baptist churches throughout the US and around the world. And since about 2008, I have been combining whatever I was doing at the office with an itinerant teaching ministry as one of our global consultants. And my particular role is to work in training of leadership, pastoral training programs, theological education, that sort of thing. Marie, would you just say a little bit about the path that brought you to where you are? I don't know whether that's part of what you're going to talk about when you talk about experiencing short-term mission and changes that's made and so on. But you have got such an incredible trajectory, journey, pilgrimage that you've been on, that I think that would be really helpful for people to hear. How does one become Associate General Secretary?
Thank you. Thank you, Stan. Well, I grew up in an American Baptist local congregation in New York City, in Queens. And so have been introduced to sort of the American Baptist expression of faith since I was a toddler. But my ministry journey started officially in 2001, where I entered into seminary, went across the country to the San Francisco Bay Area to do that, and attended an American Baptist seminary in Berkeley. And that's really where I began to pay attention to not just a call to ministry, but the many faces of call. I didn't know exactly what I was being called to when I started seminary, but international missions was actually one of the things I had thought about. I had enjoyed travel, connecting also with my country of birth, which is the Philippines. And while in seminary, I had an opportunity to go on a short-term mission trip with International Ministries through a program that I just love and I talk about a lot, even to this day, Extreme Team, which was a young adult mission experience, and had an opportunity to spend close to a month in Ghana in the summer of 2003. So I'll touch on that a little bit later on. But after seminary, I did 5 years as a local church pastor, went back to work at the seminary as an admissions director. That led me to serve as regional executive minister among churches in Wisconsin, American Baptist churches. And in that role, consulting with local churches, encouraging various ways for them to do collaborative ministry with each other, as well as with our many denominational partners. And actually just started here in King of Prussia, where I am now, this past January. So made the move with my family in the midst of the pandemic and entering into a time of new call. So those are the formal places, but among all of that, just kind of was involved in various APC entities and learning about the breadth of what APC does.
That's so amazing. It's a great journey to get to where you are. And with that in mind, can you both share with us what's been the impact you've seen short-term mission opportunities have had over the past 20 or so years?
If I'll start, because it's almost been 20 years since my experience in Ghana. I also had an opportunity to spend some time in Malaysia and Myanmar just in 2019 with a delegation from the American Baptist denomination. Also have seen and been part of churches that have sent groups. My region in Wisconsin engaged in short-term mission, as well as learning from colleagues who also are engaged in short-term mission. I would respond to this. First, I think short-term mission gives experiences in which the participants' worldview is expanded of the globe, but also of God, not just of God's concern for God's people, but also God's active work in other places around the globe. So experiencing that, I think participants also get connected to a broader purpose. They get to participate in something bigger, and they're exposed to a different normal. Perhaps what might have been foreign or exotic is more than that. They experience that as actually a norm for a different part of the country. And so I think those various experiences have an impact of potentially shifting someone's outlook in the here and now and in the everyday. Sometimes that manifests in a discernment of call. Sometimes it manifests in them questioning what is their own norm now that they've been exposed to other norms. Sometimes it births a passion for something that is completely out of what they've experienced before. Or if not a full passion, at least makes them pay attention to things that they've never paid attention to. I also think it has the impact of making people feel good about what they do, which is a good thing. You know, we need to be encouraged along our discipleship journey. But hopefully it goes beyond than us feeling good about ourselves and really encourages us to broaden our understanding of God and God's world. I'd love to hear from Stan, from your perspectives, what you have seen as the impact.
I would basically say amen to just about everything that you said, Marie. I want to take Jenny's question and I want to stretch it just a little bit because you're only talking 20 years because you're a younger person. But I'm going to go back about 50 years to my first significant immersive international short-term experience. It was not in mission, it was as a college student, had the opportunity to live in France for 6 months. And I didn't really immerse in French culture. I enjoyed it as a kind of a tourist. But then that gave both me and the woman who is now my wife for almost all the years since then, Kathy, gave us a taste for beginning to experience really very different situations. And so after we graduated from college, we signed up for a short-term mission experience that was immersion in the country of Guatemala. And it was during our time in Guatemala in 1973 and 74 that my world got rocked. We went beyond tourism to asking questions about why are people living like this and why is that going on and oh my Lord, this is a country in the middle of civil war. Why is that happening? What is all this? And I think in the midst of that upheaval, in the midst of bumping into so many different questions and so much amazing beauty and human diversity and so on and so forth, it was really in the midst of that experience that, as Marie indicated, we are among those who experienced call. Our call to serve long-term in the mission of Jesus came while being short-term missioners, youth directors for the Union Church of Guatemala City in Guatemala during that year. And we've been on quite a journey ever since. And in fact, it's kind of strange, but before the pandemic made everything go virtual, and that's a whole nother conversation we can have because I've appreciated the incredible creativity of the short-term mission office and personnel and working with missionaries and partners and churches throughout the US to do innovative things in short-term mission. But before the pandemic, my service as a global consulting missionary was largely a whole series of short-term mission engagements. Now, they had the great benefit of being repeat engagements, going back and working with a growing community of folks and building deeper relationships and so on. But that experience of the short-term engagement and getting exposed to questions that were not what I grew up with, to get to see realities that are quite different than what I might have imagined, and so on, that has been an amazing tool in the hands of God to promote whatever progress in discipleship we've actually been making. And I'm very, very grateful for the opportunities that I have had to share life, even in brief ways, with people very, very different from me.
How exciting. And thank you both for that perspective that you have. And through that, what I hear is really how God just meets us where we are and invites us gently into the conversation, into that transformation that so many of our volunteers and folks who find themselves, in situation and then transform and wondered, so how did I get there? Or how is that making me pause? Which leads me to our next question of, you know, how are you seeing change happen with lay people as well as in seminary? I mean, both of you have had that experience of, professorship and all that, but there is a shift, and I think even more now, given that we're virtual, people are realizing that church, who and what church is. But can you share with our listeners a little bit more about how change is happening? How are you seeing change? And either one of you can start, really. It's, the conversation around the table.
With seminaries, I was reflecting on, again, about 20 years, a little over 20 years. When I started seminary in '01, I was blessed to be in a seminary that already engaged in short-term experiences, international experiences. Faculty, right before I came, faculty had gone on a trip together and saw the impact of how that made on the curriculum there. But I think what I have begun to see is certainly a growing global population of students, not just international students that are resident in the US. That has certainly happened, and that has led to degree programs, tracks in degree programs that are actually administered in other languages, as well as impacting the content that's shared. But also seeing now, because of the online possibilities, students from other countries in the same online classroom with students here in the US, which has just enriched the experience greatly. So the global experience of seminaries has led to changes in accreditation standards, making things more accessible. I think it also adds more demands on faculty and advisors, particularly the area of cross-cultural competence. It changes pedagogy when you've got students from all over the world in your classroom. And as I mentioned, it certainly challenges what might be normative for a North American curriculum content. And not only the content, but then the applicability of the content, right? So I think those are the shifts that I'm seeing. With lay people, I think seminaries are also connecting with lay people because of the online accessibility and the demand for educational opportunities outside of full degree programs. It's been great to see how seminaries are responding to non-degree needs. A lot of online classes that are made available. And so the access to information is growing exponentially, and the access to free online is growing exponentially, I think even more so during this pandemic period. And so what we've been hearing for many years now, that there's a change from a classroom expert to the need of facilitators of learning, helping people think critically about the access of information that they have to. How do you sift through the information that's available to you, and think critically through it in a way that's actually going to grow your faith and grow your discipleship walk to be more like Christ and not just more like a particular ideology that we find online. And so where I see this connecting to short-term mission is, again, opportunities to reach across the globe, but I'm particularly thinking about people who have been trained to facilitate short-term mission over the years. What a resource they are. And I'd love to see more connection of people like Stan who have facilitated short-term teams and have helped people think critically about what they're experiencing that is different from them, how that impacts not only their work, but their daily lives. That kind of facilitation skill, I think, is needed even in domestic learning that we find in churches as well as in seminaries. We've got to bridge that gap for vision, right, Rev? Bringing those skills together, because there's so much information and access, but we've got to find critical ways of processing through that in a way that's edifying for the church.
That's so true. I love the image, Marie, that you bring to us and to the listeners of the bridging of the gap of the lived cross-culturally and the access that we have now globally in the classroom. In the classroom is the globe. It's the traveling classroom. It's much more accessible from everywhere to everyone. And I know, Stan, that that's really music to your heart, as far as that, the facilitation of learning on the global scale. So please go for it.
Well, I would want to build on what you have just said, Sandra, and what Marie was saying, especially as she came to the end of that most recent set of comments and talking about, Bridges for Mission is something that we need not just to go outside the US, it's something we need to go across the street or go next door or maybe in our own house, and that there is, in the world that we're living in more and more and more, I think the whole question of where do our norms come from? Why did I think that was appropriate? What have I missed? What is the history that's conditioning all of these experiences of which I have been ignorant? For me, that's just a huge question. Obviously, I'm saying that as a 70-year-old white male, and it's an uncomfortable time of discovery for a lot of people. It's much more secure to have everything defined and so on, especially if you're defined into a good spot in the arrangement of things. And so to begin to move out of that is, wow, I feel lost at sea and so on. How do I get my bearings? Where is true north? Well, as followers of Jesus, we do have a way to respond to that in terms of God's revelation. We've not been left to our own devices, but are in the process of being guided and shaped and transformed by a loving God. Unfortunately, a lot of our learning about that has been very profoundly culturally shaped, and culturally shaped not in just broad ways, but in ways very specific to our particular social niche. And so we're in a time that I think is very difficult, but also very fertile for coming to awareness and maybe becoming more intentional and faithful in our choice of norms and values and trajectories and so on. I think, and again, any experience that gets me a little bit off balance or enables me to see from a new perspective, not my usual way of entering a scene or looking at things or thinking about things, anything that helps with that is an instrument in the hands of God for my transformation in Jesus, or it can be. I may choose to say no to the Lord and resist the work of the Holy Spirit in my life on that one. But in fact, when we have those opportunities, they're little openings, windows, or bridges for the Lord to enter into our lives in a different way than we're used to, and for us to cross over into the lives of others in different ways. One of the things that I was thinking about in that regard, I already mentioned my admiration for the virtual mission work that short-term mission team that you folks are doing, Sandra. I think one of the things that I think about in the difference in seminary these days, and I would certainly say amen to all the things that Marie mentioned, but it's also within a context of people being seminarians. I think it's true to say are more squeezed now than they were 20 years ago, certainly more squeezed than they were 50 years ago. We have a mix of folks in theological education and learning now that is greater than it was before, and people who are more, I just come back to the word squeezed by all the different responsibilities that they are juggling, that they're dealing with. And so to take time to go to another part of the world and serve even for 10 days is, I think it's harder now than it was in the 70s and 80s and 90s. And so in order to get to the point where you can choose to prioritize the use of your time and resources and so on in that way, you've got to already be bitten by some kind of a bug. You've already got to be in the process of gathering steam in a particular direction, a passion to know more, to learn more, to experience more, to see God in different ways at work. And so I think that it's not just the case that seminaries find that they're having to do or getting to do, learning to do more and more and more things through virtual encounters, through online education. But I think that what you are doing to give people the opportunity to catch a glimpse, to hear a phrase, to experience a voice from somewhere else with radically different circumstances and so on, to hear a word of testimony about the goodness and faithfulness of God from sisters and brothers in almost inexpressively difficult situations, like your recent trip to Lebanon. And you think, what on earth those poor friends in Lebanon are going through in the upheaval in their nation these days, after having felt that maybe they'd put the whole civil war of years ago back behind them. And to hear their testimonies of faith and their sense of God at work in the midst of situations like that, it causes us to look around and say, well, yeah, I'm feeling pretty squeezed by the stuff going on in my life, but it's nothing like that. Maybe I've got some things to learn from this sister and from this brother. And I think that kind of learning opportunity through your virtual mission trips and so on, to me, that's just it's a creative and very necessary response to the larger situation that people are in. And I think what the pandemic did was put the pedal to the metal on this movement into exploring these different ways of doing short-term mission. I mean, the pandemic has been a horrible thing, huge human cost. It's terrible. But like all terrible things that happen in this world, if we have open hearts and open eyes, we will find that God is at work in the midst of it all, redeeming that, putting it to a better use than could possibly have been imagined. And so I don't mean to say to discount the importance of the pandemic, but what I do want to say is you might have gotten to the point of doing these virtual mission tours without any of the pandemic. But odds are good you'd have been so busy facilitating trips and experiences that are powerful and very important, and I want to see happen more and more as we move into the future. But you might have been so busy doing that, you wouldn't have had time to do what you've begun to do. And thanks be to God for inspiring you to do that.
I know Stan has given us a lot to think about, but I know, Marie, you have, I want to hear your voice as well, because he has touched on so much of the cross-cultural piece, and that's dear to your heart, of communication, of presence, the ministry of presence, as we are faced in situations that are uncomfortable, whether it be here in the US or abroad and all that, but please share with our listeners, unpack it with us.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Stan. Yeah, so much I want to just continue to talk about. Let me pick up on where you kind of started about we are at a place of coming to awareness of things that are different. And there are so many opportunities and invitations to think about what it means to be Christ in community, Christ to our neighbor, to love neighbor as ourselves. There's so many invitations to really think about how we are engaging with each other, even in the midst of what we see so much in society with divisions and different camps and bridges that are broken, right? So coming to an awareness, and as you raise, challenging what is our histories, what is our norms. I think one of the values that work against that is, here in North America, our value of production. And as much as I love our theology of being the hands and feet of Christ, I don't want to put that aside, but I want to think deeper about how that perpetuates an expectation of production and of doing, where I feel we are being invited to think about what it means to have the mind of Christ, to have the spirit of God, to have the heart that is transformed because of Christ. And so it's not just thinking as far as learning and knowledge, but it's thinking, it's reflecting, it's breaking our spirits open, breaking our hearts open as we engage with each other in dialogue, in mission, in active mission. But what is happening on our insides, not just in our extremities? What does that discipleship look like? And I feel that's the season that we're in. And if we are focused on what we produce, what we do, what we accomplish, we don't have the time. We are squeezed. We are challenged to be immersive in our experiences, whether that's at a 10-day international trip, whether that's a one-day online immersive experience with people who are who we see as other than us. We don't allow ourselves to be immersed in that experience and to hear God in the midst of that. So I think that's one of the values that I've been struggling with, been trying to talk with some colleagues about, of how do we shift our sense of production so that we can actually do the internal discipleship work. So I like those words that you said, Stan, and that's what is coming to my mind.
And I love the fact that you speak, and both of you, Marie and Stan, you speak of that tension, that internal tension as we face the external and what God presents us and reminds us of, kingdom building. How do we come about it, lean into it, be uncomfortable in the midst of it, internally and externally, and yet stay true to our call or the search for call. And I have to say that I often struggle with when I hear lay people or even other sending agencies that feel like they, the Great Commission and embracing it and saying with that, well, we are going to change people, or we're going to impose our ways because they feel called to do that. And that, and that's another tension, and maybe to take us to a whole other episode, but I wanted before we wrapped up this episode if you might address a little bit of that, just give a little bit, a taste of how do we respond to that? How do we respond to sending agencies and individuals who want to serve, but with their own agenda and colonial thinking, and not truly hearing and listening and seeing the other and God's image in the other?
I think along those lines, Sandra, Marie's comment about producing and productivity and so on is really, we're at that point, we could just stop and do a very long, deep dive into questions of worldview and culture and formation and the levels at which it is at work within us, well below the conscious, how difficult it is to bring that up into consciousness. And one of the things that I've appreciated about the short-term work that your team and previous teams have done with international ministries has been the emphasis on the need for preparation, for training. Congratulations on the publication not so very long ago of the Short-Term Mission Team Essentials training book. When we go to do physical travel and go to do short-term mission, the easiest thing in the world for a North American group, given the way we're wired, is to want to go do something. There is something incredibly good, true, powerful about that. But if that's at the heart, we have missed something profound. We have to go for our own sake. We have to go as learners. Now, it's a good thing to do and produce and so on. I'm not negating that at all. But if that's all I'm going for, then I'm not opening myself up to be touched in a deep way by this experience. But I'm not saying, Lord, speak to me. I am still on the way. I'm still in process. Teach me through this. Teach me through my sisters, through my brothers, through the folks that we are serving here, a whole different way to know you and to follow you and to love you. And we'll see what that means for me down the road, you know. But I think that Marie, when you were talking about that, I think that's very important. There's a deeper kind of learning that needs to happen as we go across those bridges. And that's the kind of learning where the Spirit does work in our hearts and in our heads, in our community. We help each other. We struggle with each other. We struggle with ourselves. And that, I think, is a crucial piece of being formed as a disciple of Jesus that, for me, is at the heart of short-term mission experiences.
I'll keep my response to that Great Commission question in kind of three short little phrases. This is what I'm thinking about when I think about Great Commission and conversations I've had recently. One is, what is our baptized identity? And I want to credit Reverend Starlett Thomas, who's another podcaster, The Raceless Gospel, who I just recently heard a presentation and she raised that question. So if we're going out to do the Great Commission, what does it mean to have a baptized identity? That's one question I'm thinking on. Secondly, teaching. What are the many different ways of teaching? And let's not just think of the same old ways of teaching, what that means. And then thirdly, Jesus ends, and remember, I am with you till the end of the age. So the word abide, which is in Gospel of John, what does it mean for Jesus to be with us when we are engaging in mission? And how when we claim that, how does that continue to challenge our intent, our consciousness as we engage in mission? That should always be sort of the voice that's driving us and challenging our intent, our agendas, our approaches. So thank you.
Thank you both. That is just so beautiful. This conversation has been amazing and informative, and it's so wonderful to hear your hearts and hear where you've come from. For just to kind of wrap us up today, if you could have, say, one word of what we should be better at, what would that be?
I'm going to do a phrase, prioritize. Okay, prioritizing. That's my one word, prioritizing.
I think for me, if I had to pull it all down into just one word, I think I would choose learning. A disciple is a learner. So I think what we need to get better at is learning and facilitating learning.
Thank you so much. Thank you both. That same question would go for you, Jenny, as well. We've been so enriched by this conversation and so transformed as well. What would be your one word?
I think mine would be hope. Hope for the future.
And for you listeners, I would say, think of that one word, because you've taken notes, you've been with us, you've been at this table of learning, of Bridges for Mission, and for me, it would be bridging. There is so much to be done at the beginning of it, in the middle, and not really at the end, because we continue to speak, we continue to be present, and God continues to invite us. So we thank you as we come to the end of this episode. We thank our guests, and we thank you listeners that you have joined us Zimbabwe, continue to listen. Hungary, continue to listen. New Zealand, continue to listen. Colombia, El Salvador, Japan, continue to listen. We thank you. And until next time, we say, see you soon. We thank you for listening to Bridges for Mission. You can find more information about the Short-Term Mission Office at internationalministries.org.
Also, don't forget to get a hold of the new Leaders Guide entitled Short-Term Mission Team Essentials Together on the Journey. You can find this on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Book Baby, and that we are so glad that you joined us today. So thank you for all the subscribers and from listening from all continents. Thank you and have a good one.
Bienvenidos y bienvenida a Puentes para la Misión.
Nuanga pa galambanuma.
Welcome to Bridges for Mission.
Bienvenue au Pont pour la Mission.
Hello, everyone, listeners from Nepal, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Dominican Republic, Hungary. We are so delighted that you have joined us. I am Reverend Sandra Dorsonville, one of the co-creators for Bridges for Mission, and I'm here with Minister Nicole Cox.
Hello, everyone.
And this is so exciting because this is the last episode for season 5, and we are live from Puerto Rico. Oh, and we have a special guest for us. It's a special treat. We've been Minister Nicole Cox, our special assistant as well, Pastor James Williams, have been so welcomed by the Puerto Rico region, a lot of the youth coordinators and all. I mean, it is amazing, listeners, of what is happening with our youth, our young people, our young adults in Puerto Rico. So we need to bless the region, bless the pastors, all the movement that is happening, truly equipping of the children. And we could even have another episode just with the young people. But for now, we have a special guest in our midst, the president and presidente de International Ministries. I was trying. But the president of the International Ministries is with us. Hermano Jorge Medero is going to chime in for a little bit. Well, hello, Jorge.
Thank you. Hello, Sandra, for having me at this podcast for Bridges for Mission. I'm honored. I'm honored to be with you at this time.
No, it's great to have you. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I know you're a busy man. And, with this podcast, we try to cover short-term mission, the impact that it has had globally, being part of international ministries, from the sending perspective, the receivers, the volunteers, all of it. Mm-hmm. In a recent conversation while we were in Puerto Rico with the region, you mentioned about the love and the passion that you have for short-term. So I know the listeners are going to want to hear more. So can you tell us what impact has short-term mission had on your life?
I'm pleased to share my experience because short-term mission has been a spark all of my life. When I was in college, I went to Guatemala, and eventually in my life I went to Dominican Republic, and also I went on a mission trip to Chiapas, Mexico. So being part of IAM was because I had those short-term mission in my life, and they have touched very deep in my life and my heart to be with people. And I love short mission trip. It is part of the heart that I have with IAM and also with missions. So it has transformed my life, and it sparked that movement to be with IAM.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. And I know Minister Nicole Cost has a question for you, so I'll turn it over to Nicole.
Yes, I do have a question. So through our conversations that we've had in our time in Puerto Rico, you mentioned promoting short-term mission. And as you just said, it's such a huge spark in your life. So how do you go about promoting short-term mission trips in your role as president of the board?
Thank you, Nicole, for asking me that question, because part of the job that I want to do as president is promoting short-term mission, because it was part of my life, and because of that, I've been passionate in missions, and I've been also very involved with IM. So at every time that I have the opportunity, for example, at the Puerto Rico region, and also I've been talking as a speaker with the New York Metro, ABC Metro New York Hispanic churches, I promoted the short-term mission because I think that is the initial step where people get involved with missions. And I believe that's very important that churches, and sometimes, let me mention that, sometimes people doesn't know all the resources that IM has with the short-term mission. So I am pleased, I'm honored that the area director, Sandra Dorsenville, is doing a very good job in terms of promoting short-term mission. And as I said before, every time that I'm with any church, and obviously speaking about missions, I obviously say short-term missions is the way to involve the church. And I was also saying when I was at a radio station talking about IM, that mission is the part of the energy that keeps the church moving. And I think it is essential for churches to be involved, and obviously short-term mission is part of that process of the church being involved in short-term missions.
Thank you so much. And we'll have Jorge Madero maybe on another episode to continue the conversation.
I'll be glad to.
How lovely it was to have Jorge Madero join us for this podcast. I'm glad we seized the opportunity.
Yes, me too. It was wonderful to meet him and to chat with him about his role as the board, with being newish still to IM in a sense. I'm still kind of learning some of the roles that everybody has. So it was wonderful to chat with him and to have him share in his ministry.
Yeah, no. It for me, as we, reflecting about Bridges for Mission and all that, I think I've never really asked you, how did you get involved in short-term mission?
Well, I didn't grow up in the church, so I didn't really come into my faith until college, when I got involved in my college chaplain program. And so I did kind of what we would call home missions. I did some within the States. We went on 3 trips during spring break and things like that, but I never really did anything international. So I still technically haven't done an international mission trip like we would normally call a 10-day mission trip, what we do with volunteers. I still technically haven't done one of those yet. So I'm super excited, but I got involved because a friend of mine from seminary was like, you should sign up for this position. You should get involved with international ministries. I think you'd be wonderful for it. Even though you haven't done international short term, he was like, this would be really good for you. So, with some pushback and some no's, God was like, haha, no, thank you. We're going to change that. So then that's how I got involved with the international side. But short term in general, I'm still very new to the whole world of missions.
But I thought you had done a trip to Israel. Was that a discovery trip with when you were in seminary, correct? We would consider, I think that's something we would consider as a discovery trip. So
yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, it was more an education based. It was a lot of the touristy things. We went and saw all the big sites and things. We didn't really have a ton of interaction with the local people outside of shops and markets and things like that. So in some sense you could, but it was more touristy. So
yeah, no, it's good. It's good for our listeners that we definitely make that distinction. Going as God's ambassadors, versus going as a tourist.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it'll be exciting to see how God meets you on your first international short-term mission trip, and because the world is really open to you.
Yeah, I'm excited. So a question that I have for you is, in getting to know you, working for missions was also not your first career. This is definitely kind of a wonderful second career well, I guess I could say God has put you in. So how did you move from one career to another and get involved with international ministries and short-term mission?
That is an excellent question. Yeah, God has a funny sense of humor when he knocks at the door, and then he is very patient. And that is true. I was involved in the disability world for a good 25 years. Went to grad school for it. I was originally thinking of becoming a psychologist, so I had that kind of doctorate track in mind, and then took a class in grad school, the impact of disability on the family, and that just completely, really, I was sold. I was absolutely passionate about it, and still am, with the disability field. And I think God was really opening my eyes to folks in the margins, folks in the shadows, and how do we reach out to them? And he's been patient with the whole ministry piece. I I said no many times, and I am more of an experiential learner. So God just immersed me into pastoral ministry, and then the rest is really history. Doing seminary, and in a very ecumenical and interfaith. Because that's also something that's very dear to my heart, to have that welcome roundtable type of situation, that we welcome all at the table. And how do we have those conversations, those religious conversations, those faith conversations. And in Massachusetts, I was part of the regional staff for a few years as the associate executive minister to short-term mission and stewardship. So doing development work and fundraising, and helping churches with that aspect, as well as mission. And the mission piece was national and international. And then a position opened at IM that narrowed the focus even more to just mission and outreach and connecting with churches and stuff. So it was, it spoke to my heart, and here I am, and loving every minute of it. And I can't believe that it'll be 5 years already, Easter 2022.
No, that's wonderful. Even though you get to work with me on a daily basis, I'm so happy you still love it and all my antics.
Yes, listeners, it is a mission trip working with Miss Nicole. It's a good learning. I have to, yes, and I am grateful to God for the continuation of the learning that happens. Having Nicole as in her role as associate to short-term mission and emerging leaders, which is really exciting. So, yeah. A question that I have for you, Nicole, is around the whole aspect of, young adult and being servant leader and being, rising leader in the field. What do you find challenging as a young adult?
There's a lot, unfortunately. So, and I won't go all into everything right now because you definitely don't have the time. But I think being a young adult servant leader, age is definitely, it's implied in the name, young adult. People see someone who isn't, at a certain age, and they just assume that they don't have the experience or the knowledge or the gifting to do, whatever task is laid out in front of them. And it also really just depends on a little bit of the culture. So I grew up in the South, and so it is very much respecting elders and, people above you have more authority than some of the young leaders do. And then here in the North, it's a little different, but there's still challenges for young adults because, we may not have 20 years experience in a field, but, we're trying, we're going to school, we're doing the best we can, we're getting out there, doing as much experience as we can to gain more knowledge and to have more hands-on time with it. But, we're not going to be able to learn and to be able to have that experience if mentors aren't giving us the opportunity. And yes, it can be a risk taking a chance on a young adult who hasn't been in a field for very long. But that's the only way we grow. That's the only way we learn. That's the only way we're able to do anything. So it's challenging. There's ups and downs for having, a younger quote unquote younger mind with new ideas and a whole new generation, but then not having 20 years in the field. There's that balancing act that must go on, but it is beautiful and I love it because I get to meet other young adults who are going through similar struggles. And to kind of band together in a sense to say, this has been my experience and this is what I've done to work through this. And, or this is where I've gone to help me, become better educated or better skilled at this task. So it's definitely an interesting journey being a young adult in any field, I would say, not just in what my current field is with missions and ministry and things like that, but I would say in any field across the board. It's challenging, but it's also a lot of fun.
Yeah, it sounds like it's very rewarding, and we can see it when we were meeting with the young adults in Puerto Rico, the different trainings that we held, and the energy in your section was just so palpable, and it was really beautiful to witness and to see transformation happening as the circles and people were interacting. And for me, watching that, it reminded me of one of the episodes that we've had in season 4, where we had the 2 seminarians, and they were from 2 different seminaries, Palmer and Fuller, and how they shared about their own experience as young adults, servant leaders. And I remember one of the phrases they said, it's, to be a token voice or presence in a room has its up, has its down, like you were talking about. So,
right. Like I said, it's just that balancing act. And it's true for anybody in any role, young, old, middle-aged, however you want to label it. There's always that balancing act. There's always, that hierarchy within age and experience and knowledge and all sorts of stuff. So it's just our part in life. That's just where we're at the moment. And in 20 years, we'll still be fighting the same fight. It'll just be looking a little different, a little more gray hair or whatnot, or, whatever. I'm already getting gray hair. So that's why I say that, I'm 28 with a gray streak. So, but it's the same, it's about.
Yeah. In 20 years, you'll be mentoring newer young adults, because you did mention the role of mentoring and how important that was. So it's good. It's all good. Listeners, it's all good.
It is.
So do you have an episode that impacted you the most? 1 or 2 or several? It's hard. We've done many episodes in the past 16 months.
We have. I think one that really impacted me, and partly because we're talking about young leaders, but also just because they're just incredible, is one of the other episodes we did with 2 missionary kids who have pretty much grown up on the field in what we would call a foreign land, but they call home. It was really interesting to see what their life is like as an MK, because I think we all assume, just like with PKs, pastors' kids, that, they have the run of the mill, they get to kind of do what they would like because, one of their parents is in charge of the church, but it's different. There's a different responsibility that comes with being either a pastor's kid or a missionary kid because of the presence that your parents have. And, necessarily choose to be missionary kids for some of them, because they were truly honestly born, in the field. And some may have gone a little when they were a little older because their parents went after they were already born. But, it wasn't a path that they necessarily chose, but it's the path that they were put on because of their family. But to see how much they love it, and to see how, their worldview is completely different because they grew up outside of U.S. territory, but they're still U.S. citizens and still call both places home. But, that whole distinction for us with the U.S. is home for us, but it's not just U.S. is home for them. It's wherever they're serving is also home. So that distinction between what we would say a foreign land, but home for them, was just so beautiful. And how they also become a part of the ministry. Yes, they're growing up in the ministry, but how they also become leaders themselves within it, as young adults or teenagers or whatever age. It was just, I don't know, they just really inspire me to do more and to have a wider worldview because of where they've grew up and where they call home and how they see the world and ministry and interacting with people of different cultures. So I think for me, that episode was definitely one that comes to mind often.
Mm. No, it was a great episode. I agree. Yeah.
So Sandra, my other question for you is we talked a little bit about the second career of ministry and missions and things like that. But what some people may not know is you had a little chunk in there of about 4 years or so where you were actually a pastor, where that was your ministry, was pastoring. So from that experience to what you do now, International Ministries, how did you see missions at work in a local church?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was actually bivocational. So I was pastoring part-time and head of disability services at a college. And I would say that was ministry in itself. And I loved both. It was really great to pastor, accompany congregants, to just on Sunday to share God's word and see transformation happening. So I in a way, I can say that I was seeing transformation, the same transformation that we see on the mission field right there in the pews, and encouraging people as well to minister to one another in the pews. It was a church that was definitely very missional, national, local, national, and international. And so it was a nice fit when I was called to the senior pastor, and even the church where I was ordained from and was in the role of an associate pastor. I had not been called officially as an associate pastor, but I had assumed that role and was definitely the outreach person, the mission leader in that was as well a missional church. And so the churches where I did a lot of my practicum, my youth ministry years was an urban church for 4 years. And that was definitely the whole urban ministry, short-term mission within an urban setting is very different. And so each one of those stops that I've had along the way, looking back, was definitely God's hands preparing for more of the leadership role at an international level, because all of the audiences that I had from youth ministry, having, working and ministering with youth, middle school, high school, and college, as well as when I was bivocational with college students, and then senior pastor with more of the seasoned congregants, was all equipping, and that missional journey, that Emmaus journey, or that Jericho journey. But it was good. And mission has always been part of my life. We've always traveled as a family. We've always served as a family. So now God flipped it in being more of in the leadership role with that and encouraging others, because that's what I feel that it is. We are big encouragers and accompaniers.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's beautiful. I love that idea of, or really the concept that mission is everywhere, and in everything that you do, even if it's not labeled mission work, that it is and still can be mission work in and of itself.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we serve as, and really that's something for me that is fundamental, is that we serve 24/7. We don't just serve on 10 days when we're somewhere, or Sunday morning when we're at church, before, after, for 3 or 4 hours, and that's it. It's that concept of embracing our life as Christ followers, 24/7. So,
amen.
Yeah. Any last words for you as we reflect back on this year? And for me, I'm really grateful to be in Puerto Rico, and I've had the opportunity to meet siblings in Christ who are passionate about serving, passionate about wanting to know more, and really wanting to, thirsting for the more. But looking back this past year for you, what comes to mind?
I would just say that I am just very thankful. One, for the listeners, because if we had no listeners, there would be no purpose to doing this. But for the listeners who take the time every other week to listen to our podcast, is as silly or serious as they may be, they take both of them and they love them. But also just for the guests that we have, for saying yes to us asking if they would want to be a part of it. Because listeners, if you won't know this, but a lot of the time we get on a call to do the recordings, and they're like, this is my first podcast. I'm nervous. I don't know what to do. And then it turns out, and it's just an absolutely fantastic episode. So it's very cute and heartwarming to see how, nervous some people may be, or if this is their first time, but they still say yes to it and stepping out of their comfort zone. I would just say thank you to the listeners, and thank you for the guests that say yes. And, just let us know what you want to hear, reach out to us at IM. And if you've got a suggestion or whatnot, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I would love to hear from all of you. The best way to reach us is volunteers@internationalministries.org. Make suggestions. God has given us some ideas for season 6 and 7, but we are open to your suggestions. So we want to say thank you. Thank you for the over 2,300 followers that we have at this point. Thank you for the newer listeners that have just joined and just found us on all of the podcast platforms. And thank you for Nicole for staying open to some of the wild ideas that I have after I come back from a walk. It's been a journey. Thank you to all our guests.
And thank you, Sandra, for the idea. As wild and crazy as it may be, it has definitely been fun.
So we wish you a Merry Christmas, safe end of the year, and we look forward to having your suggestions in 2022. We thank you for listening to Bridges for Mission. You can find more information about the Short-Term Mission Office at internationalministries.org.
Also, don't forget to get a hold of the new Leaders Guide entitled Short-Term Mission Team Essentials, Together on the Journey. You can find this on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Book Baby, and that we are so glad that you joined us today. So thank you for all the subscribers and from listening from all continents. Thank you and have a good one.
Bienvenidos y bienvenida a Puentes para la Misión.
Nonga pa galambanima.
Welcome to Bridges for Mission.
Bienvenue au Pont pour la Mission.
Listeners on the Bridges for Mission, we are so delighted that you've joined us for another episode. And this is Reverend Sandra Dorsonville, one of the co-producers for the B4M podcast. And I'm here with my collaborator, my co-laborer. We started this thing together and we are so delighted. So Minister Nicole, you want to say hello to our listeners?
Yeah, of course. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good middle of the night.
I know we touch them at any time zone and it's so exciting. We have over 2,000 followers. Can you believe this, Nicole?
I cannot. I am baffled and breathless every time I check the stats for this, and just so blessed and honored.
Yeah, it is exciting. So thank you, listeners from Zimbabwe, Tanzania, South Africa, many countries in Europe, New Zealand, Australia, many countries in South America. But today we have such an honor and privilege to be with Reverend Dr. Dan Chetty. I tell you, you will be in for such a beautiful treat. So grab a pad of paper and pencil because you're going to want to take notes. Truly, a lot of gems are going to be shared. So again, thank you and welcome to Reverend Dr. Dan Chetty. It is a delight to have you. And would you mind introducing yourself to our listeners? Who is Reverend Dan Chetty?
Thank you, Sandra. It was very kind of you to invite me to join you guys this morning and also to say a little bit about ourselves. My name is Daniel. My wife's name is Sarah. We went to Lebanon in 1998, in the fall of 1998. We are honored to be the first American Baptist missionaries appointed to Middle East and North Africa. So it is a tremendous blessing and an honor to be representing the ABC USA churches in the Middle East. We went to, I as a faculty member, to Arab Baptist Theological College in Beirut. Sarah was a librarian, and that's how we went there. It's a unique seminary, perhaps the only seminary in the region which can freely admit students from any background. Those who are seekers as well are welcome to come from 9 countries across Middle East and North Africa. So it's a unique seminary. It was started in 1957 by the Southern Baptists. And it is unique in the sense that all the churches or the regions like American Baptist, Canadian Baptist, British Baptist, Southern Baptist, Conservative Baptist, all of them participate together. And also it's not a Baptist seminary in that, also in the sense that majority students come from all backgrounds, all denominations. So it's a unique seminary to be there, to be educating people from across 9 countries of the region. So that's how we went there. I as a teacher, Sarah as the librarian.
That's wonderful. That's such an awesome pairing between a professor and a librarian. That's adorable. That's so cute. So my first question for you is, over the years that you've spent serving in this ministry, how have you seen it change and grow for either the better or for the worse? Because we know, it's that whole, 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing. So what have been kind of your steps forward and maybe a step back through this time?
Lebanon is very unique, as I said earlier, that to be the location for this seminary, because historically, it's a country that is much open. It's in the crossroads of Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So, and it has always had people. It's a very, very multi-ethnic, multicultural country. And it's open to the West, open to the East, open to Africa, open to other countries in the Middle East as well. So it's uniquely located. And that seminary itself has a long history. Its graduates probably numbering, I would say, around 400 of them. In all these countries already ministering, working, involved in church ministry, youth ministry, women's ministry, engaged in sharing the faith and love of Jesus Christ with their own people, living embedded among their own communities. So it's a very unique opportunity for us to be there and to partner with our Lebanese partners and partners from other parts of Middle East and North Africa. Shifts would be that Lebanon, came out of long 15-year civil war when we went there. Between 1975 to 1994, they had tremendous upheaval in the country, a lot of lives lost. Upheavals completely shattered the country, and it was in the process of rebuilding when we went there. I remember it wasn't uncommon for cars to get suddenly in the middle of the road, you hit a huge hole in the wall, hole in the ground, and you break your axle. I mean, that's a common thing, those days of early days. It's all been repaired, and Lebanon was rebuilt beautifully and positioned itself as a tourist attraction. But there was always some kind of a problems of Lebanon. Lebanon is very precariously balanced between the large groups of people, between the Sunni community, Shia community, and Christian community. But within each of them, there are many, many factions. So it has a semblance of democracy. It has elections. At the same time, it's always fragile. It's always held together by very, very kind of a disturbing community rivalry. And it coexisted like that for a long time. The currency was fairly stable for 15 years or 20 years. And suddenly, last August, a little bit earlier than that, the currency began taking a beating. There was a huge explosion in the port of Beirut, resulted in the deaths of many people, many, many houses destroyed in the beachfront, many people injured. So in a way, from then on, not only the financial institutions collapsed, the many, many infrastructures have destroyed. So we're seeing this is one of the most precarious times in the history of Lebanon, what we are now seeing. So you're true that every step forward is really, again, going back 2 steps backward. This seems to be the pattern of Lebanon. And often you will hear Lebanese saying, oh, deja vu all over again. I mean, it's happening repeatedly. So some people are worried, how long can a country sustain itself with so many repeated attacks on its political institutions and economic institutions and social institutions? So it's a difficult challenge for Lebanese.
I also hear, and I'm sure, Nicole, you hear it as well from what Dan has shared, the beauty of the coexisting, that interfaith dialogue, that interfaith juxtaposition that happens, at the seminary, and just how much we can learn. A lot of the Western countries can learn through that. How can we study and be immersed and learn and take from that coexisting of living? Can you share a little bit more and maybe what has evolved out of that? I know there is enduring love that is something that is very much cherished for you, but can you engage just a little bit more with that?
Well, our seminary itself has been in the forefront of this dialogue with other Christian communities, as well as with Muslim and Druze communities. And we always had every summer, Dr. Martin Aad has organized, and ABTS organized, a Middle East conference. We had intentionally brought in people from other faiths to be part of the dialogue, not diluting what we stand for, what the Christian faith is, at the same time being open to have frank and open discussions with other groups of people. And that's been the kind of important crossroads that ABTS is functioning both physically as well as intellectually with all these various groups. And we've had that conversation and continues that conversation. Right now, I'm not directly involved in teaching. I no longer am a professor. The ministry that God has placed me is taken me in a different direction. As I said earlier, it's a convenient place for me to be in Lebanon, but I'm involved in traveling to these 7 countries. God has led me in that direction. It's called Enduring Love. Actually, the history of that is emerged right after 2010. We had the Arab Spring, the tremendous movement. It's a kind of a Renaissance movement in that part of the world. So a lot of forces came into interplay. What is emerging as a transformative time in the history of the Middle East, particularly certain parts of the Middle East. And coinciding with that was a 2014 200th anniversary of the International Ministries. And I prayed and I sought God's will. How can we see this as an important moment in history, both for our mission and for the region as well? How can we see God's hand directing us in a new direction? And IAM has a wonderful ministry in Asia, Africa, Latin America. We're the children of Adoniram Judson or William Carey, and we initiated tremendous movements to share the love of Christ through word and through deed in many parts of the world. And yet there is a huge gap in our perception of Middle East. We think of it as a dangerous country. Perhaps we need to, either through fear or indifference, we avoid that region. But I believe God is asking us to be more closely engaged. God's children are already there. They're working, they're witnessing, they're serving their own people. How can we be agents that we come alongside with them and enable them to function and to minister to their own people? And that's the desire out of which Enduring Love, actually we called it AWI, initially Arab World Initiative. It was a strategic initiative. Gradually, we felt God calling us to change the name to Enduring Love. I have been praying about it. My partners have been praying about it. Why do we need to change? It really, let me read to you. I think most of you are aware of this 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verses 4-7. It speaks about love. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It's not proud. It does not dishonor people. It's not self-seeking. It's not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Rejoices with truth, always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. That's a kind of endearing love that Jesus believed in. That's a kind of endearing love. We should be taking the word of God, the word of Jesus into the regions with that kind of a persuasive love that does not keep wrongs. And we coming with the baggage of the Western world against Islam, we felt this is the best and the most appropriate way to share the love of Jesus, that kind of a love that is endearing towards people and goes the second mile without being offended. So we changed the word, and that's the reason for our ministry is the Enduring Love. We're supporting 26 servants of God in 7 countries. That's where we are now focused our work. We're doing all kinds of ministries, including business and mission. One of our servants of God is engaged in, he has a small business, a textile business in Egypt. Half of his employees are Muslims, half of the employees are Christian. It's a wonderful witness, both Christians and Muslims working together harmoniously in this business enterprise and coming up with products that are appropriate for that little small village or small town market. Another person is engaged in satellite business. He's selling satellites and computer parts and computer software. In other regions of the world, we're involved in educational institutions. Another area, we're involved in a cafe, especially it's a very remote part of I don't mind saying the word, the name of the country, in Sudan. You know, it's wonderful to have a cafe and 2 flat screens, and we have a whole bunch of people coming to watch world soccer football or European football, and just tremendous attraction for young people to come and sit down and have a cup of coffee and watch football. So in a way, these are all business enterprises that are self-supporting for the community. It empowers the local people, at the same time provides employment opportunity and places to meet for the young people. So that's the kind of work we're involved in some of the countries in the 7.
That's exciting. In a way, you know, I hear contextualizing the ministry, also looking at normalizing some just interactions that, you know, are lift up human dignity and honoring the other and being truly thy neighbor, as we are called to be for those of us who are Christians. So it is a model that I feel we should be paying more attention to. So I'm really grateful that you are with us on this episode, and really, and people are listening. I really feel that in my spirit, that people are listening and taking notes and wondering, so how can we replicate in our own context what we see elsewhere? Isn't that what you feel, Nicole, as well, in your spirit?
I do, because on a much smaller scale, in my own seminary experience, having even just the diversity within the denominations was impactful. So having full different religious beliefs come together and serve alongside each other, I can only imagine the beauty that comes along, the different worlds colliding in a wonderful way. So it brings joy and hope.
Yeah, it does. And just walking side by side, it's kind of, you know, trying to visualize that the path, the Emmaus walk being done by so many voices and all, and respecting each other's voices. So do you, can volunteers, US-based volunteers, come alongside Enduring Love, or do you really promote or encourage more for folks from the Middle East to be the ones to volunteer and lift up in that area?
I would say both. We have enough interest in the Middle East as well to know about other regions, not just Lebanese in Lebanon, but in surrounding. There are certainly people from Lebanon go to Syria quite frequently. Some of them go to Egypt. So there is interest already in that, looking across the region, but there's also possibility for churches in other parts of the world to participate in this. Most often we have been having medical clinics. So that's the kind of volunteers groups that we've had, at least 3 or 4 medical teams visit us. There's always need for that. My wife's ministry is among the migrant domestic workers, which is also pioneering in the sense that her organization is the first of its kind in the entire Protestant organization in the entire Middle East and North Africa. So she's quite proud of that. And that's another area that we could easily absorb volunteers working with the migrant domestic workers, many things with the migrant MDWs. Medical is one of the areas that lends itself easily for volunteers. There isn't a lot of construction. The construction here tends to be quite different from the construction we have in North America. But certainly counseling is one area. We have churches among the Lebanese, among the Kurds, among the Sunnis, among the Shia, whole gamut of range of people are part of our congregations. And so anything to do with people, humanity, with the needs of humanity, I would say is a legitimate area that we could perhaps facilitate. But Middle East, as you know, is a region that needs to be very sensitive when people come, to read the signs of the times and to be mindful and be respectful of the culture and the people. And with all those things in place, I would say our partners would be willing, not in big numbers, but in manageable numbers, to have volunteers. I would say that.
That's exciting. It's definitely one for Sandra and myself to put on our radar to keep track for individuals and for opportunities that open up, for sure. So my last question for you kind of goes alongside of that, but more specifically towards seminarians who may be interested in serving in these regions. What would be some words of advice that you could give them, and how can they best prepare to come and to serve?
We do have seminarians coming from time to time, taking classes, at the same time doing specific things. For instance, there was a time when Sarah wanted to computerize library books, and we had a student from Western Seminary, a conservative seminary, come and spend at least 6 months. Helped her in the computerizing books and so on. So in a way, there are times and places where we can have specific responsibilities open for seminarians. ABTS, I'm not exactly sure what programs they have right now. Certainly, language study is a top most important for us. Anybody who's interested in this part of the world, we encourage them to study Arabic. They could take some classes at ABTS, at the same time study Arabic. In the seminary itself used to have a language school, of Arabic language school, and I'm not quite sure if it's still functioning, but it's one of those things that you can very easily do in Lebanon. You can also do, by the way, if you're interested in North African dialect of Arabic, we can do it in Morocco. We have an institution in Morocco, educational institution in Morocco, which also engages individuals, volunteers to teach Moroccan or North African version of Arabic. At the same time, be participating in the life of the community there. They have also in Jordan. Jordan is well known to have good educational centers, language centers. But Lebanon is unique in the sense that you can have an openness to church, at the same time engaged in other activities and studies of your own.
That's wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming and joining us today. I'm sure everyone has a full page full of notes from this wonderful session. It's been amazing to hear about you and to hear about your ministry. And we are so honored and humbled to have you join us today.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sandra. God bless you guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
We thank you for listening to Bridges for Mission. You can find more information about the Short-Term Mission Office at internationalministries.org.
Also, don't forget to get a hold of the new Leaders Guide entitled Short-Term Mission Team Essentials Together on the Journey. You can find this on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Book Baby, and that we are so glad that you joined us today. So thank you for all the subscribers and from listening from all continents. Thank you and have a good one.
Bienvenidos y bienvenida a Puentes para la Misión.
Nona pa galambanima.
Welcome to Bridges for Mission.
Bienvenue au Pont pour la Mission.
Good morning, everyone. I know we are listening from Nepal, Serbia, New Zealand, wherever you are. We are so delighted to have you with us at Bridges for Mission. I am Reverend Sandra Dorsonville, one of the creative minds, as you know, joined by Minister Nicole Cox. And today, this morning, this afternoon, this evening for you, we have two guests. We are crossing borders. Yay! We are with guests from Canadian Baptist Ministries. Reverend Adrian Gardner and Reverend Louise Hannon will be our guests today. So sit tight, be comfortable, and listen to our Bridges for Mission episode. So good morning, both of you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is great to have you. We're meeting at the border and having fun. And my first question to you, so that the listeners can know a little bit more about you, is if you don't mind telling us about your respective ministry roles at Canadian Baptist Ministries.
Sure. Thanks for having us, Sandra. Really, I'm glad to be here. My role at CBM is the Director of Canadian Partnerships. So what that means is I give leadership to our team, which works with all the work we do in Canada. So essentially, I say that our team serves to meaningfully connect our constituency with our global partners. So churches, individuals, donors, supporters, meaningfully connect them with our great local church partners we have around the world. So yeah, I've been with CBM for almost 6 years now, and it's a real privilege to serve in this role. And I've had a couple different roles since I've been with CBM, but currently I'm the team lead for global discipleship, which means that I provide direction to CBM SENT program, as well as engagement with the next generation and all of our discipleship focused resources at CBM.
Wonderful. Wow. Full plates.
Yeah.
And that's what I bet, God wants it. And that's exciting. So I hear there was a name change, Adrian, from short-term mission to SENT. So can you share with us and our listeners the history behind the name change from short-term STM to SENT, S-E-N-T?
Yes, so we made this change in 2018. And in many ways, the change of language was really just giving language to what we already believed and what we already were doing. But in other ways, it really was an attempt to be really, really intentional and really, really clear about the type of global experiences that we offer. One of the things that became a bit of a joke around our office, and I became quite famous for saying, is I would often say in meetings or when talking about this name change, there's no such thing as short-term mission. There's no such thing as short-term mission. We're always on mission. From the moment we meet Jesus, we're called to join him on mission every day of our lives, whether that's in our neighborhood, our school, our workplace, with our family, at home, in our church, or to the very ends of the earth. We're always on mission. So while there are short-term experiences, there are short-term trips, we've said there's no such thing as short-term mission. We can't reduce this great mission that God has called us to a 1 week or a 2 week experience. The other thing that we were really trying to emphasize in this name change, this rebrand, was that the trip, the experience, the 1 to 2 weeks, or actually goes up to 2 years, this experience in the field is part of a life of discipleship. It's part of a life on mission. So again, we really believe that, and I suspect many organizations that are using the term short-term mission believe that as well. So for us, it was really just an attempt to match up, align our language, align our name with what we actually were doing and what we actually believed. So that's a bit of the history. We basically say that with Sent, there's three main points. We say we are sent people. Each one of us as a follower of Christ is sent. We are called to, love our neighbor as ourselves and make disciples. Some translations of that Great Commission say, as you go. We are sent people all the time. So the invitation of our program then is to be sent cross-culturally, to serve and learn alongside our global partners. And we really emphasize both of those things. Serve, you have something to offer, and learn, you have something to receive from the church in the global South. And then the third piece of the sent name is to say also be sent back. Be sent back to live differently, to live as an advocate, to be a person that advocates on behalf of the poor in the majority world, to be a person that lives differently in your own local church setting with people that you interact with. Anyway, I could talk about this and probably ramble on for more time than we have in this podcast because it's something I'm really passionate about, but that's a bit of the history. It's an attempt to be really clear, really explicit in terms of what we believe about these global experiences and to align our language with that. So we've chosen the name Sent.
Thank you. Oh, what beautiful. I know it is landing on rich soil as our listeners are capturing all of that. And truly, we are sent people. Oftentimes, like we and when we interface with some of our volunteers or local churches, feeling like, okay, it's just a moment and that's it. But knowing that, God is ahead and God is calling, and yes, we are sent people for life journey. So thank you for sharing the history and lifting up the meaning behind Sent and what the theology that you have behind Sent and embracing it and leaning into it and inviting people to understand it better, digest it, and then execute it, implement it 24/7. So I really appreciate that, Adrian.
Yeah, it really is an attempt to, as you see, it sets our global experience program in the context of discipleship, as opposed to, it's less about what you're going to do. Yet the serve part is important. I'm not saying that's not, but it really emphasizes that this is part of your discipleship journey.
Yeah.
But it is one that takes place in partnership with mutual benefits. So really, yeah.
Oh, awesome. And we join theologically International Ministries and Canadian Baptist Ministries in that the value of partnership, the value of relationships, the value of, going as humble servants to learn. And then when coming back to really do and be transformed and show the transformation that has happened, that good, bad, and not so good. I mean, sometimes people go with questions, they come back with even more questions. And all that is part of the formation. So
for sure.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. So I'll toss the ball to Minister Nicole. I know she has a couple of questions for you guys and take it from there.
I do. Thank you. My first one, I think, is geared a little more towards Louise. So my question for you is, how have you seen Sent impact CBM and recruiting volunteers and then connecting to your global service or your global partners?
Yeah, well, I've been a part of the Canadian Baptist family my whole life, actually. So CBM has always been around. It's always been on my radar. It's always been the place where my local church has connected in. And so for me, it's been really, really transformative as I've followed CBM, growing up in the church as a teen and then a young adult, and watching CBM's way of doing things change with the times, which has been just really encouraging. And I've always looked to CBM long before I worked for them, always looked to CBM for direction in these things. There's a lot of mission sending organizations, of course, and we're all a little bit different. And some actually are a lot different. And I think that just speaks to the breadth and the width of our giftings and our cultural lenses through which we see the world, and also our theology of mission. So I think the framework that we've built around Scent really helps to clarify the type of experiences that we hope the participants will have when they visit our partners. We want a Scent trip to be, as Adrian said, a significant part of their discipleship journey, from the pre-trip work that we do as we help participants begin to understand what poverty is and what good poverty alleviation work, what good development work looks like. Also to talk about what the role of the church is and what the church does in terms of sharing the gospel, and then what it means to recognize our own cultural lenses as we read scripture in our own cultural context and what that looks like in a new environment. And just to really recognize how the cultural glasses that we wear shape our world, and to have that broadened, maybe to even put on a new pair of glasses for a week or two and begin to see the world in a different way. I think the rebrand has really helped us to articulate that better. 2020, before our global pandemic, we were actually on track for our biggest year ever in terms of sending teams and individuals in cross-cultural mission. So I do think it has helped, and we've seen the impact of that. But our overall hope with these trips is, my hope is that these experiences are part of people becoming whole, that our brokenness as participants, our brokenness as our partners that we visit, that together as followers of Christ, that we would begin to find healing in all of those relationships, in our relationship with God, our relationship with ourselves, our relationship with others, and with the rest of creation. And for us, we hope that happens as we learn and as we fellowship and as we encourage one another.
Well, that's beautiful. That when you talk about viewing the world through different lenses, so when I was in undergrad, that in one of my education classes, that was my professor's, I guess, biggest and strongest encouragement, is that even though we're going into, music education or math or history, whatever it may be, but to still look at the world, because you have so many students with different viewpoints. So how would this person see it if they're more artistic? How would this person see it if they're more scientific? And I wholeheartedly believe that when you're going into missions, because you're going into completely different cultures, and people see it from different viewpoints because they've lived and grown up in different cultures than your own. And I love that you focus on that, and you look to see what that impact is and have that be a part of what you're doing. So with CBM being kind of this lifelong connection that you talk about, how has this new action verb of sent informed your own theology? Has it changed it? Has it empowered it? Has it solidified it? How has that been for you?
Well, I'm grateful that I did grow up as part of the church from a young age. So, we work with lots of participants who join us later in life, in 40s, 50s, 60s, and travel with us. And I just watch them struggle, I guess is the only word I can use, with this new way of thinking, of understanding integral mission, and learning that these trips really aren't about going and doing and saving the world and doing things that the poor can actually do for themselves. And so I'm so grateful that I've grown up with that understanding, that I haven't had to kind of rewire a lot of that. I hope in 20 years I'm rethinking things again, and that experience will come later. But I'm so grateful for CBM. I traveled with CBM to El Salvador as part of my studies when I was doing my MDiv, and then to Bolivia and Argentina later when I was pastoring. And that was a trip to study integral mission. And both of these trips, they were 10, 15 years ago now, they were really intentional for me. I yeah, I selfishly wanted to go to learn for myself. It was not so much about going to help and serve. It was, I knew that I needed a way bigger perspective on things. I knew that my little corner of Canada here was small, and I knew that there was so much more that I needed to learn. And so I went to develop my own theology to try and figure out, what does evangelism and social justice look like? What is that relationship between word and deed? To try and figure out what else does the church look like besides what I'm seeing in North America? How are other followers of Jesus living out their faith? I really wanted this bigger perspective. And so these Sent trips really are where I developed a lot of my own theology. And then it was years after that that I started to consider the theology of the Sent trip itself. So it kind of worked that direction. But being a follower of Jesus, I think, means that I'm part of a body of believers who are sent people. And for me, that's primarily about perspective, as I said. It's about how I see who we are as God's people, as what we're called to be as the church. We're called to be sent people. And being sent people certainly means that we serve and that we work hard, that we advocate, that we care for one another, especially the poor and the marginalized. But it's also very much about humility and learning about just being. It's not so much about just do more. It's not about earning God's love in any way, but it's about understanding who we are and how He's called us and who He's made us to be. And it's also, for me, very much about understanding that God doesn't send us so that the gospel will be preached. Certainly we are part of that, but it's that we're joining God. He's already there. He's already working all around the world. He's already in the countries that we're in. He doesn't stop working. And so being sent means that we're actually going to join him, that we're not bringing anything that isn't there. He's already there in his fullness. And so it's really an honor to be able, for me to have had those experiences where I've been able to join God in what he's doing and to help send other people and have them join God as well, and how that benefits hopefully our global partners, but also the church here in Canada when they come back and are able to share those experiences.
That's wonderful. Yeah. With my position with International Ministries, I've been out of the US, but it's not been for an actual mission trip. All of mine have kind of been more home missions, going to different states and stuff like that. So I'm very excited to see, as you spoke of, how your international trips impacted your life. I'm very excited to see how they will on mine, and keeping that, that open mind, that open heart as we go. Thank you for sharing that.
No problem. I'm sure it will be transformative for you. When I was a pastor, I used to write sermons, and then I would go to a coffee shop or a mall food court or something, and I would read over my notes in my sermon, and I would look at people in the coffee shop or in the mall, and I would sort of think, how does, as you were saying about your experience in your undergrad, I would think, how does this sound, to the ears of a 15-year-old girl, or how does this sound to a 75-year-old man that I can see sitting across the way? And that was, just a really small exercise that I used to do to try and just have a broader perspective. And so going cross-cultural is like magnifying that 1,000 times, and being able to not just see people or from a distance, but to be there on the ground with your hands and feet, and to be able to really experience it in a new way. So I'm excited for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're excited for you too at International Ministries. That open heart that you speak of, Louise, is so beautiful. And I know, listeners, you are being transformed by this conversation, as we are as well. And Louise and Adrian, you speak of that incarnational aspect, that we, as part of this movement and the mission and the sending short term, for people to see the light of Christ in us, and for us to see the light of Christ in others and come alongside. I mean, so many of our, it's a foreign experience for a lot of people. But for those of us that it's really second nature, a part of our DNA, how can we get deeper? And that leads to my next question for both of you is, what do you hope for the next 2 years to look like? We have lived through and are still finishing to live through the pandemic, and COVID has flipped it upside down and sideways. But God's mission prevailed. God did not stop. But how can we go deeper with the scent and the mission movement and all that? Share with us.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's the question I think all churches and mission organizations need to be asking. I serve in leadership at my local church and was at a board meeting last night on Zoom, and we were beginning to talk about what it would look like to go back to in-person services, because here in Southern Ontario, we're still coming out of a third wave of COVID and not able to meet in person. And one of the board members said, we're not transitioning back. There is no going back. We need to transition forward. And it's a language thing, but I think it's significant that how do we take all the things we've learned in these 14 months of uncertainty and crisis? How do we build on that and continue to lead people into deeper relationship with Christ? And it's probably never going to look like it did in January 2020. Some of the things we've learned about online connections and more churches using video resources and direct, like all those things are going to be part of what it looks like to have a relationship with global partners and with the church around the world. So that's one of my hopes, would be that we would transition forward into, absolutely, I can't wait to visit some of our wonderful global partners in person. It's the highlight of my, the highlight of my job, but it's one of my favorite things to do, even if it wasn't my job, is to spend time with God's people around the world. One of the examples we use in our orientation with teams it's not original to us. It's from David Livermore's cultural intelligence work. You read the parable of the prodigal son and you say, why was the young son hungry? And everyone typically in our churches answers, because he squandered his wealth in wild living. That's the quote from the NIV. And yeah, that's there. And then you tell them, but hey, wait a minute. The people that did this study said that if you asked Russian listeners, they actually say because there was a famine in the land. And then you say, and wait, that's actually in the text. And oh, wait a minute. If you ask people in Tanzania where the study was done, they say because no one gave him anything to eat, which also is in the text. And we say, getting outside of your culture, like we even read scripture through the lens of our culture. And, spending time with global partners is a way to learn more of the fullness of what God is speaking to us. So that's my one big hope, I'd say. And just another real practical thing that I hope in the next 2 years is that we see an increased rollout of an equitable vaccine to countries in the majority world. I don't think anything in recent history has shone a light on inequity and injustice. When you look at countries like the US and Canada and the UK, with large percentages of the population vaccinated, and then people in poorer countries just unable to have it. So that would be another hope of mine in the next 2 years, that we would really make progress on that global vaccine rollout.
Yeah, no, wonderful. Yeah, because if we call ourselves Christ followers, and we embrace justice and dismantle injustices. So thank you for your thoughts. Louise, do you have anything to add before I toss it back to Nicole?
Like Adrienne, I hope we can visit our partners. I think everyone's just bracing for when we can finally travel again. When that is, we have no idea. People email all the time and ask, which is exciting to me that they're still thinking in that direction. And I often think, if I knew the answer to that question, I would be in a very different job. It's the million-dollar question that everybody wants to know, but we will just wait patiently and continue to be faithful. But certainly we do hope that we can visit our partners. And I really hope that we can continue to creatively engage. I think early in the pandemic, and I mean, even maybe 6-8 months in, it was acceptable to just put things on hold. But now I think we need to continue to grieve and to work through the losses that we're feeling and we're experiencing personally and as an organization. But we need to move past that with God's grace and His wisdom, and really start to think creatively. I think the pandemic has really sort of shone a light on our churches and really magnified the things that we do well, but also the things that we don't do so well. And I get excited every time I see a church that is doing something really creative. I just think that also reflects God, our creator. And so that's encouraging to me. But I hope for our churches in this season and also post-COVID that with humility, we will learn from the church in the global South. That for the church in North America, or I should only speak maybe from my experience, but this has really been my first crisis of this magnitude, and the first crisis that I've seen our Canadian churches really grapple with on this scale. But this is not the first crisis for the church in the global South. Not only is it not the first crisis, but it is not the only crisis that they're dealing with. I was speaking with our partners in Lebanon, and they just laughed and just said, yeah, I mean, COVID is not even in the top 3 crises that we're dealing with right now. And oh, it was so humbling for me. And I thought, we just have so much to learn. If with humility, we can ask for help and we can learn some of these creative lessons and really learn what it means to be a place of hope and healing for those who are suffering. That's really, I think, what's profound in this season is a loss of hope as people suffer. So that's my big hope for the capital C Church.
Wonderful. Yes. Creatively stay engaged is what I retain. And I think, and I agree with you, with both of you, that COVID has taught the church, small c, big C, so much. And are we, learning from it? And yes, this is not the last pandemic. This is not the last global crisis, but how we have stepped out in faith for the past 16 months and all that. Are we learning the lessons? Are we seeing with the heart that what we need to see? And listeners, where you are sitting, we are also wanting to sit with you. So that engagement of sending agencies, sending volunteers and coming as humble servants to sit alongside, to deepen those relationships, because without the relationships, then what do we have? Yeah, no, beautifully said. Nicole, the ball is in your court now.
Yeah.
Emerging leader.
Thank you. Yeah, so as you were talking, a question came to mind. What, during the pandemic, we've all had to adapt and we've all had to develop new ways of living, new ways of communication and connecting and things like that. So has there been anything that you have either developed or, adopted during the pandemic that you hope or that you know that you'll be keeping with you whenever post-pandemic will be, or whatever that may look like? But just moving forward in general, has there been anything that you would like to take with you, either personally or as your organization, CBM?
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak in terms of our ministry at CBM. One of the things that we've learned, I think, in this season, in our connection with our constituency in Canada, is we can meaningfully connect people in relationship with our partners without traveling. It's not the same, and it will not replace in-person visits to the field. But there are some people in our churches that will never travel to visit our partners. And I think we have learned how to better engage those people in meaningful relationship with our partners through things, through the internet, through video, through stories. I mean, I think we've had to, out of necessity, build those experiences through online. And you, as an organization, I know are doing the same. Actually, probably quite a ways ahead of us in that, in terms of the online experiences. But I think that's going to stay. I don't think that's going anywhere. It will probably be something that's done side by side with in-person trips, but to be able to meaningfully connect people without physically going, I think that's going to be part of our work for some time. Louise, what am I missing? What else?
Yeah, I agree with that fully. I think for me, it's been a real honor to be in this role in this time. And I feel that some days just the weight of that responsibility of trying to meaningfully connect our churches to what's happening in the rest of the world. And it's been a real gift for them to look to us to say, how can we help? What's happening? You have field staff on the ground in India and Lebanon and Bolivia and all of these places where things are changing rapidly, and each week there's a different need and a concern, something where maybe tangibly we can help, but also ways that we can meaningfully pray for our partners. So that's just been, it's been overwhelming some days, but just a really exciting challenge. Yeah, I agree with sort of organizationally all the things that Adrian has noted there. But Nicole, you also said personally, is there anything that I would take away from this? And maybe in some ways I can speak personally for a number of the staff that we work with. Is we have a chapel weekly. Just once a week, we gather as staff to learn and to pray together. And normally that's done in the CBM office when people are there working. I work remotely all the time, but because of the pandemic, of course, that's had to pivot and be online. And so we've not only been able to gather with our office staff, but also with our partners. And so when we gather for chapel, we often have over, 2 Zoom screens of faces, and it is really a highlight for me, and I know for many in our organization. We've had weeks where we've just wept together as we've considered the things that are happening in our world, as we've sought God's comfort and direction. We have prayer groups that we break out into, and so we've been able to pray with field staff all around the world, and that is something that we are not going to lose post-pandemic, that we will continue to keep that type of engagement as an organization so we can pray together and really discern God's voice together.
Yeah, here at IM, we also have weekly chapel, and it has been amazing to have our global servants join us or speak. They've been able to also do that and to bring devotionals, and it's just been such a blessing as one of the newcomers, I guess you could say, for myself. It's been a little over a year though, but to be able to see our partners and our servants to speak about their relationship and how scriptures speaks to them has just been such a blessing during this time. And to have that additional communication in a way that's not what does your ministry need, but it's more, what do you need? What are your prayers? How can we help you in that way, to get both sides of the coin, which is so important during this time, when people feel disconnected or not being able to see people in person, but at least to have that over, a Zoom screen or a team meeting, whatever it may be. So yeah, I completely understand with that. And like Adrian said, for us at IMSDM, that virtual piece with our virtual expresses, our mission expresses, and virtual visits, and those things that we've been doing. Sandra and I have been talking. Yeah, we're going to keep this. We don't know how it's going to work with in person and virtual, but we're going to figure out how to make it work, because we're just finding that, there are groups of people who can't physically go, either for medical reasons or work reasons or family reasons, whatever it may be, but are, willing and able to still come online. and to still, experience trips, whether it be virtual or in person. So it'll definitely be an interesting balancing act when the world opens up a little bit more and that in-person aspect, becomes a part of everything again. So I'm looking forward to it. It's definitely going to make our plates a lot fuller, but I think in the long run, it'll be so beneficial for everyone. So
we thank you both for having joined. We thank you for this rich conversations. I know that the listeners are definitely pondering and discerning more. So we're going to leave them with one thought that I captured through our conversations together to find healing as we view the world in different lenses. And we invite them to ponder on that, as we will as well. So until next time, listeners from Nepal, Serbia, Russia, wherever you are, we are so delighted that you joined us today. Thank you to both our guests from Canadian Baptist Ministries, Reverend Adrian Gardner and Reverend Louis Hannon. Thank you and see you soon. We thank you for listening to Bridges for Mission. You can find more information about the Short-Term Mission Office at internationalministries.org.
also, don't forget to get a hold of the new Leaders Guide entitled Short-Term Mission Team Essentials Together on the Journey. You can find this on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Book Baby, and that we are so glad that you joined us today. So thank you for all the subscribers and from listening from all continents. Thank you and have a good one.
Bienvenidos y bienvenida a Puentes para la Misión.
Nonga ta galambanima.
Welcome to Bridges for Mission.
Bienvenue au Pont pour la Mission.
Hello, everyone, listeners from Nepal, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Dominican Republic, Hungary. We are so delighted that you have joined us. I am Reverend Sandra Dorsonville, one of the co-creators for Bridges for Mission, and I'm here with Minister Nicole Cox.
Hello, everyone.
And this is so exciting because this is the last episode for season 5, and we are live from Puerto Rico. Oh, and we have a special guest for us. It's a special treat. We've been Minister Nicole Cox, our special assistant as well, Pastor James Williams, have been so welcomed by the Puerto Rico region, a lot of the youth coordinators and all. I mean, it is amazing, listeners, of what is happening with our youth, our young people, our young adults in Puerto Rico. So we need to bless the region, bless the pastors, all the movement that is happening, truly equipping of the children. And we could even have another episode just with the young people. But for now, we have a special guest in our midst, the President and Presidente de International Ministries. I was trying. But the President of the International Ministries is with us. Hermano Jorge Medero is going to chime in for a little bit. Well, hello, Jorge.
Thank you. Hello, Sandra, for having me at this podcast for Bridges for Mission. I'm honored. I'm honored to be with you at this time.
No, it's great to have you. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I know you're a busy man. And, with this podcast, we try to cover short-term mission, the impact that it has had globally, being part of international ministries, from the sending perspective, the receivers, the volunteers, all of it. Mm-hmm. In a recent conversation while we were in Puerto Rico with the region, you mentioned about the love and the passion that you have for short term. So I know the listeners are going to want to hear more. So can you tell us what impact has short-term mission had on your life?
I'm pleased to share my experience because short-term mission has been a spark all of my life. When I was in college, I went to Guatemala, and eventually in my life I went to Dominican Republic, and also I went on a mission trip to Chiapas, Mexico. So being part of IAM was because I had those short-term mission in my life, and they have touched very deep in my life and my heart to be with people. And I love short mission trip. It is part of the heart that I have with IAM and also with missions. So it has transformed my life, and it sparked that moved me to be with IAM.
Wonderful, thank you, thank you. And I know Minister Nicole Cost has a question for you, so I'll turn it over to Nicole.
Yes, I do have a question. So through our conversations that we've had in our time in Puerto Rico, you mentioned promoting short-term mission. And as you just said, it's such a huge spark in your life. So how do you go about promoting short-term mission trips in your role as president of the board?
Thank you, Nicole, for asking me that question, because part of the job that I want to do as president is promoting short-term mission, because it was part of my life, and because of that, I've been passionate in missions, and I've been also very involved with IAM. So at every time that I have the opportunity, for example, at the Puerto Rico region, and also I've been talking as a speaker with the New York Metro, ABC Metro New York Hispanic churches, I promoted the short-term mission because I think that is the initial step where people get involved with missions. And I believe that's very important that churches, and sometimes, let me mention that, sometimes people doesn't know all the resources that IAM has with the short-term mission. So I am pleased, I'm honored that the area director, Sandra Dorsenville, is doing a very good job in terms of promoting short-term mission. And as I said before, every time that I'm with any church, and obviously speaking about missions, I obviously say short-term missions is the way to involve the church. And I was also saying when I was at a radio station talking about IAM, that mission is the part of the energy that keeps the church moving. And I think it is essential for churches to be involved, and obviously short-term mission is part of that process of the church being involved in short-term missions.
Thank you so much. And we'll have Jorge Madero maybe on another episode to continue the conversation.
I'll be glad to.
How lovely it was to have Jorge Madero join us for this podcast. I'm glad we seized the opportunity.
Yes, me too. It was wonderful to meet him and to chat with him about his role as the board, with being newish still to IAM in a sense. I'm still kind of learning some of the roles that everybody has. So it was wonderful to chat with him and to have him share in his ministry.
Yeah, no. It for me, as we, reflecting about Bridges for Mission and all that, I think I've never really asked you, how did you get involved in short-term mission?
Well, I didn't grow up in the church. So I didn't really come into my faith until college, when I got involved in my college chaplain program. And so I did kind of what we would call home missions. I did some within the States. We went on 3 trips during spring break and things like that, but I never really did anything international. So I still technically haven't done an international mission trip like we would normally call a 10-day mission trip, what we do with volunteers. I still technically haven't done one of those yet. So I'm super excited, but I got involved because a friend of mine from seminary was like, you should sign up for this position. You should get involved with international ministries. I think you'd be wonderful for it. Even though you haven't done international short term, he was like, this would be really good for you. So, with some pushback and some no's, God was like, haha, no, thank you. We're going to change that. So then that's how I got involved with the international side. But short term in general, I'm still very new to the whole world of missions.
But I thought you had done a trip to Israel. Was that a discovery trip with when you were in seminary, correct? We would consider, I think that's something we would consider as a discovery trip. So
yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, it was more an education based. It was a lot of the touristy things. We went and saw all the big sites and things. We didn't really have a ton of interaction with the local people outside of shops and markets and things like that. So in some sense you could, but it was more touristy. So
yeah, no, it's good. It's good for our listeners that we definitely make that distinction. Going as God's ambassadors versus going as a tourist. And yeah, so it'll be exciting to see how God meets you on your first international short-term mission trip, and because the world is really open to you.
Yeah, I'm excited. So a question that I have for you is, in getting to know you, working for missions was also not your first career. This is definitely kind of a wonderful second career well, I guess I could say God has put you in. So how did you move from one career to another and get involved with international ministries and short-term mission?
That is an excellent question. Yeah, God has a funny sense of humor when he knocks at the door, and then he is very patient. And that is true. I was involved in the disability world for a good 25 years. Went to grad school for it. I was originally thinking of becoming a psychologist, so I had that kind of doctorate track in mind, and then took a class in grad school, the impact of disability on the family, and that just completely, really, I was sold. I was absolutely passionate about it, and still am, with the disability field. And I think God was really opening my eyes to folks in the margins, folks in the shadows, and how do we reach out to them? And he's been patient with the whole ministry piece. I I said no many times, and I am more of an experiential learner. So God just immersed me into pastoral ministry, and then the rest is really history. Doing seminary, and in a very ecumenical and interfaith. Because that's also something that's very dear to my heart, to have that welcome roundtable type of situation, that we welcome all at the table. And how do we have those conversations, those religious conversations, those faith conversations. And in Massachusetts, I was part of the regional staff for a few years as the associate executive minister to short-term mission and stewardship. So doing development work and fundraising and helping churches with that aspect, as well as mission. And the mission piece was national and international. And then a position opened at IM that narrowed the focus even more to just mission and outreach and connecting with churches and stuff. So it was, it spoke to my heart, and here I am, and loving every minute of it. And I can't believe that it'll be 5 years already, Easter 2022.
No, that's wonderful. Even though you get to work with me on a daily basis, I'm so happy you still love it and all my antics.
Yes, listeners, it is a mission trip working with Miss Nicole. It's a good learning. I have to, yes, and I am grateful to God for the continuation of the learning that happens. Having Nicole in her role as associate to short-term mission and emerging leaders, which is really exciting. So, yeah. A question that I have for you, Nicole, is around the whole aspect of, young adult and being servant leader and being, rising leader in the field. What do you find challenging as a young adult?
There's a lot, unfortunately. So, and I won't go all into everything right now because you definitely don't have the time. But I think being a young adult servant leader, age is definitely, it's implied in the name, young adult. People see someone who isn't, at a certain age, and they just assume that they don't have the experience or the knowledge or the gifting to do, whatever task is laid out in front of them. And it also really just depends on a little bit of the culture. So I grew up in the South, and so it is very much respecting elders, and people above you have more authority than some of the young leaders do. And then here in the North, it's a little different, but there's still challenges for young adults because we may not have 20 years experience in a field, but we're trying. We're going to school, we're doing the best we can, we're getting out there doing as much experience as we can to gain more knowledge and to have more hands-on time with it. But we're not going to be able to learn and to be able to have that experience if mentors aren't giving us the opportunity. And yes, it can be a risk taking a chance on a young adult who hasn't been in a field for very long. But that's the only way we grow. That's the only way we learn. That's the only way we're able to do anything. So it's challenging. There's ups and downs for having, a younger, quote unquote, younger mind with new ideas and a whole new generation, but then not having 20 years in the field. There's that balancing act that must go on, but it is beautiful, and I love it because I get to meet other young adults who are going through similar struggles, and to kind of band together in a sense to say, this has been my experience and this is what I've done to work through this, and or this is where I've gone to help me become better educated or better skilled at this task. So it's definitely an interesting journey being a young adult in any field, I would say, not just in what my current field is with missions and ministry and things like that, but I would say in any field across the board, it's challenging, but it's also a lot of fun.
Yeah, it sounds like it's very rewarding, and we can see it when we were meeting with the young adults in Puerto Rico, the different trainings that we held, and the energy in your section was just so palpable, and it was really beautiful to witness and to see transformation happening as the circles and people were interacting. And for me, watching that, it reminded me of one of the episodes that we've had in season 4, where we had the 2 seminarians, and they were from 2 different seminaries, Palmer and Fuller, and how they shared about their own experience as young adult servant leaders. And I remember one of the phrases they said, it's, to be a token voice or presence in a room has its up, has its down, like you were talking about. So,
right. Like I said, it's just that balancing act. And it's true for anybody in any role, young, old, middle-aged, however you want to label it. There's always that balancing act. There's always, that hierarchy within age and experience and knowledge and all sorts of stuff. So it's just our part in life. That's just where we're at the moment. And in 20 years, we'll still be fighting the same fight. It'll just be looking a little different, a little more gray hair or whatnot, or, whatever. I'm already getting gray hair. So that's why I say that, I'm 28 with a gray streak. So, but it's the same, it's about.
Yeah. In 20 years, you'll be mentoring newer young adults, because you did mention the role of mentoring and how important that was. So yeah, no, it's good. It's all good. Listeners, it's all good.
It is.
So do you have an episode that impacted you the most? 1 or 2 or several? It's hard. We've done many episodes in the past 16 months.
We have. I think one that really impacted me, and partly because we're talking about young leaders, but also just because they're just incredible, is one of the other episodes we did with two missionary kids who have pretty much grown up on the field in what we would call a foreign land, but they call home. You know, it was really interesting to see what their life is like as an MK, because I think we all assume, just like with PKs, pastors' kids, that, you know, they have the run of the mill, they get to kind of do what they would like because, you know, one of their parents is in charge of the church. But it's different. You know, there's a different responsibility that comes with being either a pastor's kid or a missionary kid because of the presence that your parents have. And, you know, they didn't necessarily choose to be missionary kids for some of them, because they were truly, honestly born, you know, in the field. And some may have gone a little when they were a little older because their parents went after they were already born. But, you know, it wasn't a path that they necessarily chose, but it's the path that they were put on because of their family. But to see how much they love it, and to see how, you know, their worldview is completely different because they grew up outside of U.S. territory, but they're still U.S. citizens and still call both places home. But, you know, that whole distinction for us with the U.S. is home for us, but it's not just U.S. is home for them. It's wherever they're serving is also home. So that distinction between what we would say a foreign land, but home for them, was just so beautiful. And how they also become a part of the ministry. You know, yes, they're growing up in the ministry, but how they also become leaders themselves within it, as, you know, young adults or teenagers or whatever age. It was just, I don't know, they just really inspire me to do more and to have a wider worldview because of where they've grew up and where, you know, where they call home and how they see the world and ministry and interacting with people of different cultures. So I think for me, that episode was definitely one that comes to mind often.
Mm. No, it was a great episode. I agree. Yeah.
So Sandra, my other question for you is we talked a little bit about this, the second career of ministry and missions and things like that. But what some people may not know is you had a little chunk in there of about 4 years or so where you were actually a pastor, where that was your ministry, was pastoring. So from that experience to what you do now at International Ministries, how did you see missions at work in a local church?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was actually bivocational. So I was pastoring part-time and head of disability services at a college. And I would say that was ministry in itself. And I loved both. It was really great to pastor, accompany congregants, to just on Sunday to share God's word and see transformation happening. So I in a way, I can say that I was seeing transformation, the same transformation that we see on the mission field right there in the pews, and encouraging people as well to minister to one another in the pews. It was a church that was definitely very missional, national, local, national, and international. And so it was a nice fit when I was called to the senior pastor, and even the church where I was ordained from and was in the role of an associate pastor. I had not been called officially as an associate pastor, but I had assumed that role and was definitely the outreach person, the mission leader in that was as well a missional church. And so the church is where I did a lot of my practicum. My youth ministry years was an urban church for 4 years. And that was definitely the whole urban ministry, short-term mission within an urban setting is very different. And so each one of those stops that I've had along the way, looking back, it was definitely God's hands preparing for more of the leadership role at an international level, because all of the audiences that I had from youth ministry, having, working and ministering with youth, middle school, high school, and college, as well as when I was bivocational with college students, and then senior pastor with more of the seasoned congregants, was all equipping, and that missional journey, that Emmaus journey, or that Jericho journey. But it was good. And mission has always been part of my life. We've always traveled as a family. We've always served as a family. So now God flipped it in being more of in the leadership role with that, and encouraging others, because that's what I feel that it is. We are big encouragers and accompaniers.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That's beautiful. I love that idea of, or really the concept that mission is everywhere, and in everything that you do, even if it's not labeled mission work, that it is and still can be mission work in and of itself.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, we serve and really that's something for me that is fundamental, is that we serve 24/7. We don't just serve on 10 days when we're somewhere, or Sunday morning when we're at church, before, after, for 3 or 4 hours, and that's it. It's that concept of embracing our life as Christ followers, 24/7. So,
amen.
Yeah. Any last words for you as we reflect back on this year? And for me, I'm really grateful to be in Puerto Rico, and I've had the opportunity to meet siblings in Christ who are passionate about serving, passionate about wanting to know more, and really wanting to, thirsting for the more. But looking back this past year for you, what comes to mind?
I would just say that I am just very thankful. One, for the listeners, because if we had no listeners, there would be no purpose to doing this. But for the listeners who take the time every other week to listen to our podcast, as silly or serious as they may be, they take both of them and they love them. But also just for the guests that we have, for saying yes to us, asking if they would want to be a part of it. Because listeners, if you won't know this, but a lot of the time we get on a call to do the recordings, and they're like, "This is my first podcast. I'm nervous. I don't know what to do." And then it turns out, and it's just an absolutely fantastic episode. So it's very cute and heartwarming to see how nervous some people may be, or if this is their first time, but they still say yes to it and stepping out of their comfort zone. I would just say thank you to the listeners, and thank you for the guests that say yes, and just let us know what you want to hear. Reach out to us at IM, and if you've got a suggestion or whatnot, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I would love to hear from all of you. The best way to reach us is volunteers at internationalministries.org. Make suggestions. God has given us some ideas for season 6 and 7, but we are open to your suggestions. So we want to say thank you. Thank you for the over 2,300 followers that we have at this point. Thank you for the newer listeners that have just joined and just found us on all of the podcast platforms. And thank you for Nicole for staying open to some of the wild ideas that I have after I come back from a walk. It's been a journey. Thank you to all our guests.
And thank you, Sandra, for the idea. As wild and crazy as it may be, it has definitely been fun.
So we wish you a Merry Christmas, safe end of the year, and we look forward to having your suggestions in 2022. We thank you for listening to Bridges for Mission. You can find more information about the Short-Term Mission Office at internationalministries.org.
Also, don't forget to get a hold of the new Leaders Guide entitled Short-Term Mission Team Essentials Together on the Journey. You can find this on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Book Baby, and that we are so glad that you joined us today. So thank you for all the subscribers and from listening from all continents. Thank you and have a good one.